welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, my shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning, but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber Ramada room, we confide, laugh, cry, love, and this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere, heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait, cry in the rubber Ramada room, we're all high.
It said my mic was muted. I was like, hold up. I didn't mute it. I didn't mute it. And look, even Little Muffins is here. And got K-Swan's already here. Cindy here. Y'all. Okay. So, like I said, I started to watch this. I watched about 2 minutes and I went, no. Had so much I wanted to say in the first 2 minutes. I thought, no, we're not even going to try to watch this without everybody. Because y'all know me, my face says it all. My face, you can't hide nothing, or I can't hide nothing. So it is open panel. If anybody wants to come up and watch, hang out, got comments, anything they want to say. I have wild hair today. It's the day after, when it's all like curled up and it's still looking goofy. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is October 23rd. It is 10:57 p.m. It's what my clock says, but I know my clock on my computer is wrong because my clock over there says it is 11:01. So I just have to, well, Hannah, thank you, love. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. Look. You know what it is. It's 11:02. See, that clock over there by the bed says 11:02. This one on my computer says 10:58. So I say, I don't mean to be late, y'all. It's my computer that lies to me. My computer lies to me sometimes. So, but I started watching this and I was like, no, I need an audience because my facial expressions says it all. Anyways, let me give you my intro. Hello, my name is Sheila. This is Rubber Ramada Reviews because, I review shit. I look at things and I got opinions and I got to say, it's 12:02 where Cindy's at. Squirrel. It's going to be, guess what? I screamed squirrel and guess what? Who's there? Who's there? I need to know who's there. Eyes. Eyes who? Eyes who? We will pause for Maria. Y'all have no clue. We will pause for Maria. I can't stop looking at you. See, that's my girl. Girl, I miss you so much. I know I don't do these late night streams when you're awake, and I know you're back to school, and I'm so proud of you, and I'm so happy for you. But I do miss you, Maria. I do miss you, and I don't do enough lives on this channel. My late nights when you're back awake, I do miss you. I miss you. And Cindy tossing them squirrels. Y'all know I'm off the rail. Y'all don't know. Who knows where I'm going to be midstream, right? Love you all. I am awake. I'm very overwhelmed and I miss y'all. Well, I'm sorry you're overwhelmed, but we miss you. We do miss you. Miss you a lot. Miss you a lot. I'm so glad you're here tonight. So glad. I have my little glass of juice. My fake. I put ice in it, and ice is melting so fast. But it's Clamato juice, just because it was the only thing cold in the fridge, and I threw olives in it to give myself fake like, what do they call them, Bloody Marys or something, because I don't have any alcohol in the house. Not right now, anyways. But anyways, so I wanted to go over and review the openings, because the openings were like, oh my goodness, they were so off the wall. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Let me see if I can add it to the stage. Here we go. And this is, I'm going to give you a quick, y'all know how I do my my how did we get here and all that jazz. Well, after watching this, there was no reason for me to even do a how did we get here, because in that opening statement was almost everything I've seen, and was like, it's all here. I don't even need to put a how did we get here, because this opening statement says it all. So when they first start talking, they're talking about something else, and then they get into opening statements. So are y'all ready? Let's roll. And I have no sound. What in the world? What in the world? I have no sound. Y'all, did I turn my sound down that low? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Okay. And are you self-employed?
Well, I got sound.
No, I'm not. It's just.
Okay. So I don't know why, but this is where it starts. It starts off odd. It starts off really, really odd. So let me give you a, oops, I'm making a mess. Let me give you a brief rundown, okay? Oh, shit. And I just closed it. Hold up. I don't know how to reopen the, here we go, right here. So it is Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Alicia Andrews is on trial in Tampa, Florida for first-degree murder of a Jacksonville rapper named Charles Jones. He went by the name Julio Foolio. It happened in June of 2024. Andrews is one of 5 co-defendants, all charged in this connection. And it's an alleged that it was a gang war. So, I'm probably using all these illegal YouTube words, but it's okay. The prosecution alleges the killing was premeditated ambush stemming from a long-running rivalry between Jones's, which is Julio Foolio, gang, and 2 alleged allied gangs, which are the Ace Top Killers, ATK, and the 1200. So that's all I know. He's a rapper. He has music out there. Nothing I would listen to. I'm an old lady. I listen to some rap, but it ain't nothing that caught my eye that I'd be like, oh, let me go listen to this stuff. No. So, but it's very gang related. So let's roll with this. And like I said, she just starts in some odd mid conversation. Y'all know how these stupid courts do sometimes. You have a son and daughter that live in Tampa? See, she's over here reading stuff, and they have her muted. And then all of a sudden, we get sound. Hold up. We're going to get sound. It's going to be like out of the blue. You're going to be like, oh, shit, there's sound. And it's a late night stream, so if you see my camera go off and on a little bit, I'll probably be smoking. Oh, there she goes, walking down the hallway. Smoking, I'll turn my camera off to smoke so I don't offend anybody. There she is. Uncuff her so she can sit at the table.
Okay.
So
is there any objection to excusing him for cause at this point?
Take a note.
Judge, there's no objection from the state.
I don't have an objection. I just hope that
Right.
we're not going to start.
Me too.
Others.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. So
This is totally off the rail when it first started. I'm
Tuesday.
like, what is going on?
Oh, I gotta turn on the CCTV, sorry. You mean the audience can't hear me? They're fine. Okay. All right, so that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and excuse Mr. Jimenez at this time. So we still have one alternate alternate left.
I'm sorry, that was
And
my
Judge,
fault.
there is one other thing. Some of the witnesses that are going to be testifying, which includes victims and eyewitnesses to the case, they do have concern about their image being broadcast, concerns for their safety, and would ask that their face not be
Son has
shown.
You just need to tell me who they are when
Hello,
they're
son.
about ready to
Tonight.
testify. Okay?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Let's bring Mr. Jimenez in.
Hey, Judge, I missed a month, but it's going to traffic maybe 15 more minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah, she looks like all innocent in her
Judge,
white.
and I'm also hearing it was Fox 13 this morning when they were reporting about opening statements. I think they reran an interview with Mr. Malcolm and Mr. McClimate talking about the evidence.
Okay.
What is the issue?
It was Fox 13 this morning, aired your interview. And I just have to.
Did you see her roll her eyes when they said they re-aired your interview? She rolled her eyes. Yeah. Ex-boss is Muffin's man. It's a Mr. Muffins. It's my son-in-law to be.
Concerns that the jurors overheard any of it, and I just would inquire. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jimenez, I have spoken with both the state and the defense, and they have agreed to go ahead and excuse you at this point in time due to financial hardship.
No, thank you.
Okay? All right, thank you so much.
Jury.
Yeah, good luck. Safe travels.
Not a jury, a juror.
Oodie. And who is it we're waiting on?
Mr. Kagawa? Stephen Kagawa?
Okay.
Mr. Kagawa?
But you've heard from him and he's on his way.
Yes, ma'am.
Traffic
About
was-
5 minutes
yeah.
ago, he said he was 20 minutes away, so it should be
Yeah.
15 minutes.
I just want to hear this chit chat for a minute because y'all know I'm a nosy bitch. I'm that neighbor that's across the street listening and watching what you're doing. That's me. I ain't gonna tell on you. I'm just nosy. I want to know what you're
Just
doing.
go to the restroom really quickly since we're waiting on a jury.
This HDMI is not long enough to reach here, so I'm just wondering.
What's she laughing about? What's she laughing? You know Muffins. You know Muffins is the same way. She's a people watcher. If I showed y'all what I watch on TikTok, y'all be like, what the hell is wrong with this old lady?
But thank you.
Let's fast forward a little bit. Who is this lady that I keep seeing pop up? Who is she?
All right, I'll be right back while you do that.
She looks scared, guys. She looks scared. I like her glasses though. She looks scared. She looks like she's going to court. She's in trouble. Okay, y'all. Come on. Put BS in around. I need to know now. What are we doing? Okay, here we go.
And it is my understanding there were media reports about this case related to this. Did you talk to anybody about the case? Okay, very good. At 2 o'clock on Friday, so we will break no later than noon on Friday, just so you all know.
Okay, we're not interested. Opening statements, let's go.
That his time here, no.
Oh, we're opening now. Y'all ready? Listen up.
He didn't know, because there was no way he could know that his time here was limited, very limited, that he was in fact breathing his last
The
breath
sound picks
here
up
on
a little
earth,
bit louder in just a second. Hold up.
living the last moments of his just barely 27 years of life here on this planet. He didn't know as he was out with friends celebrating his birthday that he was being watched, that he was being followed. He was being stalked.
Now pay attention because everything I was going to tell y'all in my get it the first, like I said, I think I watched maybe 5 or 10 minutes of this, but no, the first 5 or 10 minutes I knew everything that I was going to tell y'all. How did we get here? He said it all. I was like, I don't have nothing to say. If I do a how did we get here, he gonna repeat me like a parrot. So I said, no, we ain't doing a how did we just gonna do openings and then we'll hit the trial.
Stalked and observed while he was celebrating. stalked and observed by a group of killers, a group of conspirators
And he's going to show the videos I was going to show too.
who
Why
were
do you
now
want me?
executing a very premeditated plot that had been hatched and birthed days before. A plot that had been hatched between them with every single one
dude.
of their collective evil intentions
How you be?
directed
Link
into
is
one
pinned. Link
common
is pinned.
purpose.
I just started it. Link is pinned if you want to pop up.
One common goal.
Oh.
The premeditated murder
Are you okay with your camera on? Yes or no? Thumbs up if your camera yes. You good? You're good. I'll add you. I ain't scared. Hi, hon. How are you?
I'm ugly. I ain't scared.
You know what? That's me. I'm me. If you don't like it, fuck off.
That's
So-
right.
I just started it. Yeah, look, Cindy. Hey, Bob. We don't mind. We don't mind.
As a matter,
I'm a bit mouthy.
as a
If
matter
you
of
want me to
fact-
stop, you just gotta say yo or stick your hand up if I'm running on. But yeah. So it just started. I don't know. But like I was saying though, you know, I always do a how did we get here? So my audience knows like what we're gonna get into. I
Yeah.
watched like 5 or 10 minutes of this and I was like, there's no reason to because this man explained it all.
Let me
He
know
explained-
let me know if my mic's too high or anything.
It's
like that.
actually a little low. It's a little low. Hang on. I think I can turn it up a little bit back here. Here we go. I turned it up some.
Can you hear me better now?
Speak again.
Hey,
Oh, gotcha.
beautiful lady.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'll mute so we can listen to this real quick.
Turn the trail down a little bit more. Oh, the trial. I'll mute the trial. When we got to talk, you know me, I'll mute trial.
of Charles Jones. This group's collective hatred and animosity, which drove the conspiracy that existed between them, this evil and despicably wicked conspiracy. He didn't know that now all of their planning, all of their surveillance, all of their advanced coordination was now coming to fruition. Coming into fruition in such a precise way that he only saw his killers for mere seconds as they rapidly closed in on him, dressed from head to toe in all black, like ninjas coming out of the dark. Disguises that included balaclavas and ski masks. Disguises that these conspirators had decided well before this moment that they were going to wear, to use to hide their identities from the ever-present and ubiquitous cameras that permeate our culture. As Charles Jones sat there in the front passenger seat of his Dodge Charger, their plan came perfectly together. He was now the perfect target, caught completely, entirely off guard, completely blindsided. As these gunmen appeared, seemingly, you will see in this evidence, out of nowhere. A perfectly planned ambush, and there's no other way to say it. The evidence will show you clearly this was an ambush, a designed ambush, one that they had carefully planned and now were orchestrating. Unable to run, unable to dive or even duck, basically caged in the front seat of his car. He was basically a sitting duck. And these killers, they didn't hesitate, not for 1 second and not for 1 moment. They moved rapidly into their pre-planned positions, into their firing locations. And then they immediately unleashed a hellish onslaught. affecting a precisely coordinated violence of action, sending a barrage, a wall of hot lead, crashing into the only barriers between Charles Jones living and Charles Jones dying. Those barriers, the automotive glass, the sheet metal of the front of his Dodge Charger, which were absolutely no match for the high-powered 5.56 and 300 blackout caliber rifle rounds, which were now traveling at him, directed at him at thousands of feet per second, each one of them carrying over 1,200 foot-pounds of energy, directed specifically at Charles Jones. A Glock 9mm handgun was being utilized by one of these conspirators, a handgun that wasn't just a semi-automatic handgun. It had been converted to a fully automatic hand cannon, and now it was running wide open, dumping all 30 rounds of its magazine through the front end and the windshield of that Dodge Charger.
I will read what I put in chat. The victim is Charles Jones, known as Julio Foolio, was a member of the Jacksonville Gang 6 block. He was murdered while celebrating his birthday in Tampa. The motive, according to the prosecution, they allege the killing was a premeditated ambush stemming from a long-running rivalry between Jones's gang and two allied gang, Ace's top killers, ATK and 1200. Prosecutors also say that Andrews, along with her boyfriend and 3 other men, traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa to carry out the murder. They accused her of acting as a spotter or lookout, using her vehicle and phone to track Jones and provide real-time updates to the gunman.
All of that gunfire filling the dark early morning hours with booming concussions and bright flashing muzzle flashes as these high-pressured and high-powered rounds flooded the atmosphere in front of that Dodge Charger. Charles Jones. You've heard his name in the indictment. That's his face.
I will pause for a moment. This can be triggering. I will also say, she is the first one in this gang that has gone to trial for this. So I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it, but I'm curious as to who's going to turn on her in these 5 amongst each other, if any. There's 4 more, Cindy. Beyond her, there's 5 total. She's the first one to go to trial. So I'm curious as to what any of the other 4, if they've taken any deals. Are they going to testify against her?
Just a few seconds of the mountain of evidence that you will see in this case of what happened that night.
I'm thinking that they will turn on her.
I'm
and I think that's in the works right now.
that's what I'm betting. That's what, and because I started thinking, oh my gosh, there's 4 other ones. I mean, yeah, she's the one that followed him. She did the cell phone tracking. She knew exactly where he was and gave them his location. What kind of deal can they get turning on her?
Yeah, especially
You know?
the ones that are not as much involved. There's the one that actually did the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
The case is so confusing; it can turn any possible way.
It can, and like Case One saying, one of them is her boyfriend. So I have so many questions.
Evidence that will show you clearly that these co-conspirators hatched this murderous plot, not minutes, not hours, but days before this, formulating in their hearts and minds this agreed upon, collective, and confederated plan with one common agreed upon goal: death, violence, and murder. A conspiracy motivated and hatched days before, hundreds of miles away from Tampa. A conspiracy that would span through those days and over 500 miles of travel.
500. Boy, that's, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like a Charlie Adelson situation, doesn't it? I didn't do it. It happened 500 miles away. Like Wendy Adelson going to be trying to back out of hers. Y'all, come on. They went 500 miles to track down. That's crazy. She claims she wasn't involved. Oh, wait, she's going to have text messages. Cellbrite's going to be on her. Come on. What do you think, Vibe?
I don't know if they've shown her table or not, a full view of it, but it seems to me like she's dressed like her attorney.
Oh, really? I know they showed her very briefly, and she's dressed very demure, very
hair back,
soft.
but so does her attorney.
I haven't paid attention. I'll have to look when they show her attorney.
All right,
Good catch. I'll have to watch.
Innovations were made, uniforms, disguises obtained and selected, gear was obtained, weapons selected, weapons loaded, and weapons modified and made ready.
Modified.
Transportation was obtained, vehicles with specific purposes, and a plot that required advanced planning and logistics to include housing, communications, and transport would materialize and become reality. A criminal, murderous operation. These co-conspirators leaving their homes in the northeast corner of this state, traveling here, traveling to their target. Conspiring to murder Charles Jones, not in his home, not in Jacksonville, not on his home territory, not at his residence, but here in Tampa, while he was on a birthday trip, while his guard was down. And you will see in this evidence the clock-like precision of these co-conspirators, how they worked together as a team in this team effort. Principles. This is a law that you heard a little bit about. You'll be instructed on it at the end of this case after the evidence is given to you by the Honorable Judge Cisco. She will instruct you on the law of principles as well as the law on murder and all the other laws that you will need to render your verdict in this case. The law of principles, if a defendant helps another person to commit or attempt to commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if they had done all the things that the other person or persons did, if we prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, that they first intended that the crime occur and did some act or said something, anything, that was intended to and that did incite their co-defendants to commit this murder, cause them to, simply encourage them to, assist them or advise other persons to actually commit that crime. Now, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit or commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, we must prove that this defendant intended that Charles Jones be killed. It is not necessary for the principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed, as long as they intend that it occur, and they did some act or said something that was intended to help or did help the murder to occur. But almost more importantly, the principal, the defendant, does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted to be committed. But in this case, folks, you will hear that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, was right there, driving right next to that Dodge Charger in the seconds before this murder happened. If the defendant is found by you to be a principal, then she is legally responsible and accountable for everything that her co-conspirators, her co-defendants did. Alicia Andrews, these are her co-conspirators. I don't know if this laser is going to work. If you can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's Rashad Murphy. Lower
You're muted.
See? Thank you. Thank you. See that my chat will usually holler at me. I get all kinds of stuff. But anyways, yeah, here they show her in her turtle suit, and then they're going to review her four co-conspirators. So
She should have tried to make a deal to turn on them, is what she should have done.
considering exactly if she was the one just driving.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With her being the driver, she should have said, let me do, and her attorney could have thrown that toward her. But you know how a lot of women are. They will die for their men.
Stand by your man. We got a Tammy Wynette going on, don't we?
And the men will say, screw her. I will push everything on her if I can get free.
Yep, if I can get less years, forget
Yep.
it. She can take all that blame.
Yep.
She can take it all.
Alicia Andrews, these are her co-conspirators.
Wait,
That's
hold
enough.
up. Case one, what do you know?
I said, I'm so glad I came up here with you because I get so irritated watching this and I'm screaming at my TV and my partner saying, what the hell's wrong with you? And I said, I'm crazy.
That's me. My Hector gets. I name my man. His name is Hector. Y'all would, if you hang out around me long enough, you'll hear me talk about Hector all the time. And I have my two dogs and a stepson with autism and a mom with dementia, and that's what I live with every day. And I love my time online, and that's where I am when I get my free time to be me.
Exactly.
I'm not a monetized channel. I have my crime channel that I do trials on and stuff, but I enjoy this.
That's why I have this. That's why I have this little computer up here, upstairs, away from everything. My cats don't come in here or anything unless I bring them in.
You'll hear my dogs bark. I usually try to mute, but you're going to hear my dogs bark.
I have two little yappers, so
Yeah, mine are pitties.
they bark at anything.
And when them pitties play, it's It's
All right,
horrible.
I'll mute again.
All right, I'll go back to playing. Not the kitties. Yes, the kitties.
Conspirators. I don't know if this laser is going to work. If you can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's Rashad Murphy. Lower left, Davion Murphy. Sean Gaithright is in the upper right. And in the lower right is her boyfriend at the time, Isaiah Chance. These were the 5 conspirators. This was the assault team that took out Charles Jones, that took his life, that snatched it from him in the early morning hours of June 23rd. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. To understand the murderous intent that existed amongst them, and to understand this conspiracy that dwelled in all of their minds and hearts, we have to go back and look at the lives and associations of Charles Jones and these defendants. What did Charles Jones do to these defendants that was so bad that would cause them to confederate, to conspire, engage in this coordinated, planned attack? Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated with a group known as 6 Block. He was a member of that organization. It exists in Jacksonville. It's known as 6 Block, and it is a street gang. It consists of several members. 2 other gangs in Jacksonville, ATK and 1200, were affiliated gangs. They despise 6 Block. They detest them. They abhor them. And the level of hate between these groups is a mutual hatred. The evidence will show that these gangs have been at war for several years. And when I say war, the evidence will show you this is a war going on in the streets of Jacksonville. The hatred and the dripping animosity of these defendants towards Charles Jones, it ran deep. And the evidence will show you that. In fact, you will hear that in October of 2023, just 9 months before this, before the murder of Charles Jones, he had left his residence in Jacksonville in that same black Charger about 6 o'clock in the morning. He came to a stop sign in his neighborhood, just a few blocks from his house, when a shooter with a high-powered rifle opened fire on his car, striking his car several times and striking him in his lower leg, spraying bullets all over that neighborhood. Mr. Jones at that time was able to drive himself to a local hospital, receive treatment, and be released. That bullet, or fragment of bullet, remained in his leg until it was removed by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on his body here in Tampa after his murder.
So he already had gun violence in his life. How old was he? I need to go back and look. How old was he? Do we remember? How old was he? I need to know. I need to know. How old was he? He was 26. Okay. All right. He was 26. Uncle Google says he's 26. 9 months. 9 months before he was shot at. Still had the ammunition, the bullet in his leg, and it wasn't removed until his autopsy at the time of his death.
How old is she?
How old is she? I think Alicia.
22?
She's 22. You're right. She's 22.
Ooh, I did do a little bit of homework.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sitting here munching on a Kit Kat bar. when
I had bagel chips earlier,
when
but the dogs ate them all, so I don't have anything
I'll
left.
tell you all one thing, a real quick sidebar. If you like root beer, go to Costco's and see if they have this. It is the best stuff in the world. And
At HEB, we have HEBs here, and they have little sections with those specialties. I hate showing my hands with those little specialties, and the little frosty root beers are in there. I've never tried them. I've seen.
oh my
them.
God. If you like root beer, they taste, it's so smooth. You know how like A&W has kind of a little harsh taste? This goes down so smooth that you just will not believe it. I go and buy like 4 cases at a time because they sell out so quick.
Oh, they do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to go try one. I'll have to grab one. Next time. I don't go into HEB very often. I'm a Walmart delivery girl, and usually you'll see on Mondays and Thursdays I have to pause my stream to run away to go get my groceries. I let it run. But I run and grab my groceries from my front porch.
I do Walmart delivery as well, but Costco's just like not even a half a mile up the street, so.
Oh, yeah, Costco's. It's a few miles to get to Costco from my house. Living in Houston, things are close, but not that close.
I'll mute again.
All right, I'm going to go to. Ready? Here we go.
Earlier that same morning, a member of ATK, a man by the name of Tilly, was shot and killed at a high school football.
Are you, Cindy, are you referring to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? He died the way he lived, I think is what you meant to say. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately, and listening to a few of his songs that I did, they were very, how do you put it, gang related and that kind of genre stuff that isn't something that would attract an older lady like me. Was not, it was nothing that I was interested in listening to. I mean, just to be honest.
Ball game. This shooting of Charles Jones was clearly retaliation, but Charles Jones was not the shooter of Tilly. But that didn't matter. So why was he targeted? You won't hear any evidence to suggest that he had anything to do with that shooting. He was affiliated with 6 Block. And you're going to hear in the evidence that he wasn't just a member of 6 Block, he was a notorious member of 6 Block. Probably the most well-known member of that gang. In fact, he was the public face of 6 Block. The spokesperson, basically. He posted on social media, but most notoriously and notably, he wasn't just a spokesperson for 6 Block, he was a certified celebrity. Charles Jones had millions of followers on social media, if not tens of millions of followers.
The videos were very.
Because he engaged in an activity that you heard a little bit about yesterday from one of your fellow jurors, and he was spot on. That's exactly what the evidence is going to show you in this case. This long-standing pattern of what is called drill rap. And it is an activity that Charles Jones embraced and that he engaged in under the name Julio Foolio, which was in fact his street name, Foolio. Julio Foolio. In this type of rap music, it's not just rap, it's disrespect. It's making fun of and disparaging not only ATK and 1200, the opposing gangs, but disparaging their members by name. Disparaging and probably...
Okay, see, I didn't know all that. I didn't realize with his rap music he was doing that. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. That doesn't negate his murder. I'm just saying I'm not okay with that. That's not okay. Disparaging people and all that. Just
most incendiary you will find in the evidence, bragging about the death or deaths of other of ATK 1200 members who have been murdered. As I said earlier, make no doubt about it, this is a gang war. Mr. Jones, you will see in the evidence, not only produced this music, he produced music videos. Videos where he would travel to the gravesides of these individuals, or a graveside that was used in lieu of their graveside, and do things during the video like lay on their graves and sing around their graves. And
that is depraved. And back to case one, sick stuff. Excuse me? My reactions are all over my face. You do what? I'm going to rewind because I can't. I
do things, these music videos. Videos where he would travel to the gravesides of these individuals, or a graveside that was used in lieu of their graveside, and do things during the video like lay on their graves and sing around their graves and use sarcastic lyrics in his songs. Okay. Pour champagne on their graves, rubbing it in the faces of ATK and 1200. And ATK and 1200 were no better. They did the same thing. You're going to see videos from members of that gang. One young man in particular, Kenyatta Bullard, known on the streets as Young and Ace, who produced not only songs about 6 Block members who had been murdered, in the days after the murder of Charles Jones, he produced a song just within almost 48 hours and put it up, talking about the murder of Charles Jones, the specific facts of it. This created in those 5 individuals, in their minds and in their hearts, a vendetta. This was revenge. Because he ridiculed them, and he ridiculed their gang, which was their family. He ridiculed their friends, which were their family members. They were close, deep running bonds of loyalty in this organization. Because they have each other and they defend each other. They defend not only each other, but they defend each other's honors. And they defend their affiliations. This is the murder scene. Let me see if this will work. Home to Suites, McKinley, Fowler, USF is directly across the street. The USF campus lays literally feet away from this hotel complex. Over here you can see it's a Holiday Inn. This is the portico right here where the shooting happens. What you will see in this evidence is that these shooters arrive here and they come in and they go around the north side of that complex as Mr. Jones is sitting here at the portico with 2 other cars full of his friends and party goers, people celebrating. His girlfriend was in the other car. He was a passenger.
I will pause to address that, Cindy. Cindy says, it is common in some communities to go graveside for holidays, special occasions, play music, and pour a bit of alcohol or beer on the grave in honor of the person. Absolutely. I have seen that happen. I've known people that have done that. Girl, even in my family with the rednecks I have, not gonna lie, mid-funeral, oh my Lord, to be up there. preacher be up there talking. My uncle walks out to go get a beer out of his truck. That's how redneck they get. Not gonna lie. That was in the 90s, but it is what it is. But, you know, it's but the way they're making it, and they're talking about the rivalry people by name and all that. Oh, your Dia de los Muertos. Yes, the day of the yes. Yes, it's a thing to do that. It's a thing, and it's acceptable. But
My sister passed in '94, and I still go and sit there and scratch off lottery tickets because that was her favorite thing to do.
well, here a funny story about me. My mother being a Jewish person, was always afraid of being broke. So even to this day, as stupid as this may sound, every time I go to her gravesite, I take my change, whatever change I have what left inside my car, I take it and I bury it in little places all over her gravesite. That sounds so stupid to some people.
And where's she at? I'm broke.
Right. I'm gonna tell you where my mom's at. You can go collect maybe, I don't know, 35.
I've got a metal detector.
It's just those stupid little things we do.
Yeah. Well,
And I would so understand when my uncle passed, I wouldn't find it rude or crude to go dump a beer on his grave. So he worked for Budweiser all my life. I mean, I wouldn't find anything wrong with that.
Well, before they closed my sister's casket, I put a pack of Winston in there with her because that's what she smoked.
Uh-huh.
And I said, I just don't want you to be without a cigarette.
There you go. When my mom passed, my dad put gold coins, gold $1 bills in her casket too. It was like, she's always worried about being broke. It was just kind of the running joke. And so still to this day, 5 years later, I still just, it's just a thing.
Well, the only thing that I really hate, and then I'll stop. My sister's boyfriend wanted her to have a ring that she had always wanted. And it was quite an expensive ring. And I put it in her casket with her, but the funeral people had seen me do it. So to this day, I keep thinking, did they actually get it before, while we were gone, before they took the casket up there? And I wish that I would have snuck it in there without anybody seeing it. But that's
right.
I dread to this day because I don't know. Okay.
However, his videos are, in my opinion, he was raw and disrespectful he was disrespectful and disrespective.
And I have a feeling that she was right there rooting it on.
I do too.
She was 10 toes down with him.
Oh yeah. She was all in it. She was all in it, not realizing she was going to be in it.
His friend Xavier Edwards was driving. His longtime friend Gino Norris was in the back seat. They pull in. The shooters come in this way. They go around. They come down here, and they park in this area here. And then they act on foot, and they come around here, surprising Mr. Jones. You saw Mr. Jones' car try to evade the shooting and go this direction. He goes straight up here. There is no road here, but they make a road. And they're desperate efforts to get away. They go right past this dumpster, and the Charger ends up here.
There they are, together.
They do. Twinsies. Oh my gosh. Y'all are right. Look at that. They're twinsies. What is happening?
Because at first I thought that they were co-defendants, but then I found out that one of them's a lawyer.
Right? I don't have a cat. That's my Hio. Every time my Hio texts me, my phone meows. It's to know it's important and I need to check it. Y'all know, my chat knows. Now Vibe knows. That's Hio. I'm gonna hit play and check my message real quick.
This is Mr. Jones arriving. He's been out celebrating, you will find in the evidence. That is Mr. Jones with that open passenger door. The vapor you're seeing is coming out of the hotel. That's.
Can somebody tell this man he needs to get the hell out the way or something? Because he's irritating me. I need to see and he's in my way.
Yeah, because I want to see who all's in the car.
I do too. I want to see people get out.
Yeah.
Dude, move. Us alternate jurors, us crime watchers, we need to see too, damn it.
Some type of a dryer vent.
Okay, I'm gonna drop us.
Mr. Jones in the red stocking cap pulling up his shorts. He walks in the hotel. As you can, is coming out of the hotel. That's some type of a dryer vent. Mr. Jones in the red stocking cap pulling up his shorts. He walks in the hotel. As you can see on the timestamp, which is slightly off by a few minutes, this is about 4:30 in the morning. They had been out through the night. They had gone to a couple of clubs. Mr. Jones appeared at one club and performed, and then he went to an after party at another club. He had attempted to make a reservation here, but because they appeared so late, it had been given away. You'll see him come back and get into his car. Video slightly sped up here.
I don't know if it's turned around or what, but to me, he's getting in the passenger side. Who's driving?
Here.
I don't know if you saw me going like this because I was trying to imagine the car, but that's the passenger side.
To an after party at another club. He had attempted to make a reservation here, but because they appeared so late, it had been given away. You'll see him come back and get into his car.
You're muted.
No, look, I'm gonna pull me down. You're right. I'm gonna back it up. Just 5 seconds. You're gonna see him come. I'm gonna pull me down, and you're gonna see he gets in on the passenger side. Somebody else.
Video slightly sped up here.
So there's got to be somebody else in that driver's seat. Who's he in the car with?
Unless they're in Europe.
That car entering right there, that's the assault team. And as I said, they go northbound around.
Entering in the back is the assaultee. Okay, so that's those headlights that we see coming that go around. That's the assaultee.
That's the assault team. And as I said, they go northbound around the north side. They avoid driving near this entourage, Mr. Jones and his friends. This Nissan Altima that's pulling up is part of the entourage that was with Mr. Jones.
Okay.
The driver, Tafa McCrae, is a friend of his. You will see his girlfriend get out. And they go inside of the lobby to use the restroom.
Okay. That's a big
So
guy.
Tafa and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, they walk in. to the lobby, and they're actually inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him. That's another friend of Mr. Jones and friends with these folks. She's sitting in that car at the time of the shooting. She takes her round through the arm.
Wait, somebody got in the back seat and I was too busy looking at the other car. Hold up. Let me move us.
Which car is he? Is he talking about this black car over here that they just got out of?
No, I think he's talking about this other car. That's why I say, let me back up just a second.
Because I was watching them get out of the
I
other.
was watching the other car too. So before they got out, I wasn't paying attention to the. Okay.
This Nissan Altima that's pulling up is part of the entourage that was with Mr. Jones. The driver, Tafa McCrae, is a friend of his. You will see his girlfriend get out. And they go inside of the lobby to use the restroom. So Tafa and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, they walk in to the lobby, and they're actually inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him. That's another friend of Mr. Jones and friends with these folks.
No, we didn't.
She's sitting in that car at the time of the shooting. She takes her round through the arm.
He's talking about this black car they got out of. He's not talking about this one down here, and I didn't see anybody.
I didn't see anybody get up, move seats.
Because he said when he gets out of the car, you see her slide in, but I don't. But go back one more time so I can see if I can see something through the car when he opens the door. Maybe she's going through the seats.
Let me I'll slow it down a little bit.
I've got mine on. I got my screen on full view, so it's a little bit bigger.
Okay. And that's the reason when you see, and this is another thing, you'll see me look over here to the side. That's where my bigger screen is. This is all my screen that I regularly use, but over here to the side is where my big screen. That's actually what's playing in your background. So
see, I just have one, so.
Yeah, that's how I run it to the side.
I'm slow.
Okay. All right. So here, I'm going to be looking the side over here. So, but yeah, I slowed it down. So let's watch them get out the car. The big guy. Remember I said he's the tall guy. Okay. There's some girl getting out.
So Tafa and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton.
I saw her. She's right there.
Walk in.
You're right there.
Oh, yes, right there,
So she came through the seats. You know,
she jumped up into the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Now
I'm
we see
glad
her.
we went back because I couldn't figure out what the heck he was talking about. But yeah, I see her.
Yeah. Now it makes sense. Thank you, White.
She looks like a white girl. I've never seen a white girl in none of this. Have you?
Honestly, no, I haven't.
But didn't he just say she took a shot or?
Yeah, she took a shot to the knee. Did he say during all the?
So why would she get shot? Oh, maybe Foolio was firing back.
Oh, I don't know.
Let's go.
We'll have to watch and find out. Let's go.
To the lobby.
Oh, let me speed it back up so we're not listening at 0.5 speed.
Inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him.
Got shot in the arm.
That's another friend.
Thank you, Case One.
Mr. Jones and friends with these folks. She's sitting in that car at the time of the shooting. She takes her round through the arm.
Through the arm. See? Case One pays more attention than I do sometimes. That's why she's a mod.
This car driving by, that is the spotter car. That is the surveillance and reconnaissance vehicle. This is just before the shooting happens. And you're going to see that car come right back by. It goes down, does a 3-point U-turn, and comes back. And now we're mere seconds away from the attack on the Charger, on the attack on Mr. Jones. You'll see the Chevy Cruze go southbound on McKinley. Down to the lower left, you saw the shooter with the automatic Glock.
No.
He needs to get out of the way.
No, I didn't see nothing, sir. Move your big fat head. No, I didn't see shit. Sir, he needs to move. Move, bitch. Get out the way. No, y'all.
Down to the lower left, you saw the shooter with the automatic Glock.
See no shooter, sir.
That's him in the lower part of the photo.
Okay, yeah, I seen him run right there. But up here, you don't see nothing. And it's not my stuff in here. Let me pull my media assets down because it's not even that anything's over here in the way either. Because no, sir. No.
Down to the lower left, you saw the shooter with the automatic Glock.
We don't see nothing till this
That's him in
screen.
the lower part of the photo. So you see in this video, Xavier Edwards desperately.
What you got, Vibe? I see you got something to say.
Did you see him over there shooting at the far end by the white car?
Which one? No.
See that white car parked over there?
Parked over there in the far
Yeah,
right
behind
corner.
the tree, behind the far corner. Watch
Right.
that guy come out and shoot.
Okay.
That's him in the lower part of the photo.
Right there.
Oh, right there. You're right. You're right. Here, me and my magnifying glass.
And you can see
Right
the
there.
fire from the gun.
Right there. There's another shooter that came out. Hot damn. Hot damn. Oh.
So you see,
Oh, right there.
He
Uh-huh.
showed it right there.
Right there.
Okay.
That muzzle going off.
My only question is, what's the car that went south got to do with the hill of beans in China?
Right.
I'm confused with that.
Yeah, maybe we'll
And-
find out though.
Yeah.
in this video, Xavier Edwards desperately trying to get them out of harm's way. But what he didn't know was that up on the top of that screen between that, I think it's a Mercedes and that yellow car, was the third shooter. So what he ended up doing was driving and you'll see it come to fruition here, directly into a
Right
vortex of high-powered rifle fire.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, what you're also going to find in the evidence, and you can see the electrical charging station up here in the upper right. This is the edge of
like
the Tesla.
that's like a Tesla station or whatever they call those things. We live out in the country. I'm sorry. I live in the outskirts of Houston. I live in the redneck part of Houston, the outskirts. Those Tesla stations.
Yeah, we have those up at the Meyer store. That's a whole big row of nothing but those.
If you go to the cinema out here, there's a row of them. If you want to go to the movie theater, they have a row of them at the movie theater. Of all places, that's the only place I know to go charge a Tesla around here.
That's sitting at another charger. That Tesla has its, I believe it's called Centurion function on, and it is recording from multiple cameras around the car. And this is one of the recordings. You'll see several in the evidence that picks up the third shooter running down behind that row of cars and taking up position by that yellow car. He is the shooter on the other side of the street that forms that deadly vortex of fire as a charger goes by. And as the Charger, you will see in the evidence, runs down the side trying to escape down the side of the hotel, this shooter comes running up to this position by the charging station and is opening up.
I have to stop. Maria is one of my OGs. You going to night-night? I love you too, honey, and I appreciate you taking the time tonight, being awake to be here. You are one of my specials. Thank you for being here, Maria. I do appreciate you. I know I don't see you enough, so I appreciate you. I want you to know that. And case one, yes, Tesla car was parked there. Got the video. So that's what they're going to tell us is about the video of that Tesla. That Tesla caught some video.
Fire down the west side, facing north of the Home to Suites.
Oh, there he is running.
That is the headlights of the Charger fleeing up the west side of the hotel, heading north. The third shooter. That's the Charger at the impound lot at the Tampa Police Department. You can see the impacts, every one of those yellow stickers on the hood, the side.
So this was Chris's car. Or Charles's car. I'm sorry, I called him Chris. Charles's car.
So, are they saying he was the only one in the car? Because it still don't make sense. Because isn't he the one that got out of the passenger side?
Yeah, so nobody else in the car was. Wait.
I mean,
what?
Isn't that the car that was parked there where he got out of it? And we was wondering why he was getting out of the passenger side. Isn't this the car?
That's what I thought. Yeah. Case one says yes. Case one's watched a little more of this trial than I have. So
there had to have been somebody driving the car.
right.
And where are they at? What happened to them? Because from the looks of this car, most everything went in on the driver's side.
So who was driving? I'm curious.
I mean, don't it look like that the driver's side got more impact than the?
It does. It does.
Okay.
I mean, we haven't
Maybe
seen.
we'll find out.
Maybe they'll show the other side. So
I'm probably getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
I know, right? Me too. I got questions. I want answers now. That's my problem. Is I want answers now. If I shut up and listen for a second, I might get those answers.
Me too, but I get ahead of myself. And my other question, real quick, is how do they know who these people are?
Right. They're all blacked out. They all had the baklava. I say baklava. That's a Jewish dessert my grandma used to make. Baklava. How do you say that word? Say the word.
I thought it was Greek.
I don't know. My grandma used to make it. She's an old Jewish lady. She used to make me baklava all the time.
Well, maybe it's Jewish and Greek because know.
She came from Russia. She's
a
Russian Jew, so that makes it even more.
She's a Russian Jew that makes Greek food.
Exactly. What's the word? Baklava? Baklava?
Baklava. You got it right the first time.
What is the thing they cover their head with?
Oh, the gosh, I had it. I would have known if you had.
Baklava? Oh, damn it. What's that? Okay. I'll catch it next time he says it. It's that black hooded thing they were talking about. Damn it.
And the windshield are all impacts. That's the Altima that Camille Bentley was sitting in. It took 2 rounds to the back window.
This is my smart ass. Case one. She's the one that knows she can be a smart ass in my chat and never get timed out. It's a mask. Damn it. It's a mask. So they're saying this is the one that was wounded.
This
was in the other car.
Stickers on the hood, the side, and the windshield are all impacts. That's the Altima that Camilla Bentley was sitting in. It took 2 rounds to the back window. This is Xavier Edwards, who was the driver of the Charger.
So Camilla Bentley, sorry to pause there. So we're adults here, y'all. We're adults here. But here, I'll put this up.
Wait, no, I was looking at it because I want to see.
Okay, we're gonna talk a second. A second though. So the oh man, now I'm even lost at what I was gonna say. Damn it. Let me back up.
Charger.
He said something.
And
Oh, okay.
it took 2 rounds.
So the first picture we saw, which is this, is the girl that we seen jump up into the front seat out of the back seat. The white girl. This car took 2 rounds. This is how she was hitting what did case 1 say? The arm, I think. So that's what this is. That's what this is. So then there was another one that was shot, and that was the other guy. Here we go. Thank you for that, Cindy. Now I will hit play.
To the back window. This is Xavier Edwards, who was the driver of the Charger.
Okay, so he was the driver of the Charger. He was hit twice, it said. I think it's what that thing said. He had it just says victim 2 wounded. So he was wounded.
Okay,
Xavier Edwards, 24 years old. So that means he's what, 21 right now?
So he's the driver that we was wondering who was driving the car. So now we know who the driver
This
was.
is who was driving the car. This is who was driving the car.
This is Xavier Edwards, who was the driver of the Charger.
And like I said, we're adults here. If you don't like this, change the channel.
That's him at the hospital. Gino Norris, Mr. Jones' friend, who was in the back seat. He was shot in the upper right arm. And Camilla Bentley, who was shot in the upper arm. These were the other party goers. Armani Turner is Mr. Jones' girlfriend at the time. Ms. Randolph, her friend. Robert Howard is an associate friend of Mr. Jones, who was in the car behind the Charger, which was a Hyundai. Tafa McCrae and Aaliyah were the ones in the Altima.
We're going to slow down and look through those pictures because I am a nosy bitch.
What does the car driving south have anything to do with this?
I haven't figured that out yet, but we're going to slow down and watch these pictures because I'm a nosy bitch.
And I'm a nosy bastard, so.
And I appreciate that y'all know in my chat, you are free to say what you want. I'm not going to block you. We are very open, honest, and I am who I am. She was shot in the arm. They're circling her arm. So it was just a little, maybe superficial looking kind of wound on her arm. It doesn't look too serious. She's looks like she's texting on her phone, so she wasn't hurt too bad, thank God.
So that was Camilla.
Right, that was Camilla. That was the girl,
Okay.
Camilla.
Now where is this girl at in all of it?
They haven't said. What was she driving?
Maybe
Was she
she's
that
in the
one that was headed south?
That's what I was getting ready to say. Maybe she's in the car heading south. I don't know, but we'll find out, I guess.
I believe he tells about the card later on. See?
Why is it that I can't stand for somebody to kill an animal and I can't watch it, but humans I can watch all day long?
I know, right? I'm like, I can't handle the mousetrap. Somebody needs to come take care of the mouse and the mousetrap.
Yeah, but these pictures that they're showing here, I'm like all enthralled and everything.
I need to see it. I
Yeah.
need to see it to understand it.
Okay,
You know,
I'm using-
I want to see it. You know, I try to be respectful. I give my trigger warnings and stuff, but I feel like we're all adults. If you're in this chat, you know what we're about. We review, we react, we talk. So it is what it is.
You could see in that video.
Oh, sorry. Let me speed it back up. He sounds like he's at half speed. He don't sound too well, does he?
That these gunmen acted with suddenness, they acted with speed and fury. And they brought overwhelming firepower. Not one shooter, not two shooters, but three to create that vortex that the evidence proves to you, with high-powered AR-style rifles and a fully automatic Glock 19, bringing all of that firepower to bear in a concentrated area easily, and rapidly, establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy, the evidence will show. Firing, as you saw in that last photo from the Tesla video, with absolute impunity and disregard of anyone that may be in that area. The majority of that fire you will find in this case was funneled directly into the passenger compartment of the Dodge Charger. And every single one of the rounds that were fired that night, every single one of them was dripping with the hatred, the malice, and the premeditated intent of all five of those conspirators. The evidence will prove to you. Mr. Jones attempted to evade the gunfire. He was leaning up against the dashboard. You may have seen in that photo, on those videos, but you'll see it during the trial. Look for it. His feet are up on the dashboard. He's leaning back. He's on his phone. The evidence will show trying to find a hotel, trying to find lodging for them. He barely has time to pull his feet down. The evidence will show he attempted to jump into the back seat, to go through and across the center console.
Are they going to show this, or do I need to mark this? This is 146. Hold up. Where's that video at?
This is about 4:30 in the morning. They had been out through the night. They had gone.
I need to see, is his feet up there? He's already
That car entering right there, that's the assault team.
Actually,
And as I said, they go.
it does kind of look like his shoes are up there and he's lounging. I mean,
Isn't he in the hotel at this time?
no, he's back
northbound
in the
around
car.
the north
isn't he?
side. They avoid this Nissan Altima that's pulling up.
Somebody's moving. You see that? See right
Yeah,
there?
Okay. Yeah, because he came back out to the car before this car pulled up. So you're correct. Sorry.
This Nissan Altima that's pulling up is part of the entourage that was with Mr. Jones. The driver, Tafa McCrae, is a friend of his. You will see his girlfriend get out. And they go inside of the lobby to use the restroom.
I never noticed to see if they acknowledge him or not because they know him, correct?
Right. And see,
So-
look. It does. It looks like his feet are propped up there.
But let these people go in and let's see if they even acknowledge this car sitting there because I never noticed that before. If
They
did
should
not.
know who he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And let's see
If
if
they're part of
So
the
Tafa and his
they wave
girlfriend,
at him
Aaliyah
or
Albritton,
anything.
they walk in to the lobby, and they're actually inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but
They both looked at the car.
Yeah, but they didn't acknowledge it. It
They
wasn't like
didn't acknowledge who was in
nothing.
it. Nope, they sure didn't.
when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him, sitting in. before the shooting.
Look, he's over there. Look, I'll rewind it just a second. Look, you see he's wiggling his feet. He's laid back.
This car
Very
driving by,
unexpected.
that is the spotter car. That is the surveillance
Look,
and
wiggling
reconnaissance
his feet.
vehicle. This is just before the shooting happens. And you're going to see that car come right back by.
Okay, where were we at? 148?
I think it's 146, wasn't it?
146?
I think so.
Okay.
Or to bear in a concentrated area easily, and rapidly, establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy, the evidence will show. Firing, as you saw in that last photo from the Tesla video, with absolute impunity and disregard of anyone that may be in that area. The majority of that fire you will find in this case was funneled directly into the passenger compartment of the Dodge Charger. And every single one of the rounds that were fired that night, every single one of them was dripping with the hatred, the malice, and the premeditated intent of all 5 of those conspirators. The evidence will prove to you. Mr. Jones attempted to evade the gunfire. He was leaning up against the dashboard. You may have seen in that photo, on those videos, but you'll see it during the trial. Look for it. His feet are up on the dashboard. He's leaning back. He's on his phone. The evidence will show trying to find a hotel, trying to find lodging for them. He barely has time to pull his feet down. The evidence will show he attempted to jump into the back seat, to go through and across the center console. Before he could do that, one of these rounds smashed into his chest, and that round tore through his heart, through his lungs, and through the largest vein in the body, the aorta, a gigantic artery that supplies blood up and down your body. And when he turned and kind of flipped over to try to crawl into the back seat, he took 2 more rounds to his back, those rounds ripping through not only the muscles of his back, but into his liver. These shooters, as you've just seen, leveraged surprise. They leveraged it in this attack to make sure that Mr. Jones didn't stand a chance, to make sure he couldn't evade this attack. Not this time. This time he was going to be killed. They took full advantage of this ambush that they had planned. And you saw in that evidence the determination of these shooters, the assault team in this conspiracy. They didn't stop firing when the Charger went through that vortex. They kept firing all the way up the side of the hotel as the Dodge Charger fled. Almost a block away, that last shooter you saw in the Tesla video, opening up fire, rapid fire. And as I said, firing with impunity. This was a perfect ambush spot because Mr. Jones' car was stuck. He couldn't go backwards because his girlfriend's Hyundai was behind him. To the left was a parked car next to the beams of the portico. On the other side was the hotel.
Unmute, Sheila, unmute. He does. Prosecutor uses very intense descriptive language. Sorry, I had to run away. The dogs were too quiet for too long, and Meat knows how to open. Well, everybody, my dog Meat, he knows how to open doors, so I have to worry about it sometimes. He can unlock doors, and he will escape.
I like prosecutors like that. I like the ones that gets down and dirty.
I do too. I mean, he's like no bullshit. He doesn't sugarcoat anything either.
I don't know if you watched the Graves trial. It was a woman and man, and they had killed their baby. They bundled it up in all kinds of crates and everything, and put it in a well. But anyway, what I'm getting, that was in Ohio, I believe. And the prosecutor on that case, she was so good. I just love her.
Was she?
Yes. And she wanted to rip that woman up to pieces, but she kept crying and saying, she don't know. She don't know. And
right.
So she couldn't get nothing out of her, and it got her so irritated. You need to pull that up sometime and watch it to yourself.
Yeah, that might be something good to watch later.
Yeah. Okay, I'll shut up again.
a hotel.
It's okay.
And on the other side of the wall in the glass of that hotel was high density humanity. That didn't stop these killers. That didn't give them any pause for concern. You're going to see in the evidence impacts around that portico, numerous windows that are blown out in the front of that hotel. And not only in the lobby and in the front of the hotel, up and down the west side of that hotel, impacts. Impacts through windows that coursed through hotel rooms where people were sleeping, families. That hotel was packed with people. Parents there with their student children that were there for orientation at USF. People were there with their small children here in Tampa.
And see, again, that's another outrage that I have with them having these weapons and shooting so freely and everything. There was children there. Again, like I said, I worry about the children and the harm. Did they hear this? Did they see this? What trauma do these children have now because of this? It's very disturbing to me. It's just one of my peeves. It's very disturbing to me.
Well, just think if one of those
Sightseeing.
kids were outside, or if one of those bullets would have went in a window.
Right. I mean, it's just not acceptable. I mean, they're all out there willy-nilly just shooting away.
This overwhelming firepower and violence of action had an effect of confusion. Now, it wasn't confusing to the killers because they slipped away into the darkness. They were gone almost immediately. But it had that effect on the victims. Gino and Xavier, when that Charger finally comes to a halt, bullet riddled, they realize that Charles Jones is gone. And they also realize that they both have been impacted. They have both suffered gunshot wounds. They flee out of that Charger, and they flee immediately to the west into the Holiday Inn because now they don't know where these killers are. They don't know if they're there or not. So they flee and they run into the hotel. And you're going to see in the evidence, their flight leaves a thick blood trail and a very obvious blood trail. They run in, they get on an elevator, they go to the third floor. When law enforcement respond, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, the confusion that was caused, they go to the area where the Charger is. They see the blood trail. They don't know if that's victims. They don't know if that's shooters. They go into the hotel thinking that they're going to be coming face to face with shooters. They go up the elevator and they go onto the third floor and they find Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris laying on the ground, bleeding. Camilla Bentley, you saw in the panic between her car, or the car she was driving, the Altima, and Ms. Turner's Hyundai. One's backing up and one's going forward, and they collide going out onto McKinley. Camilla Bentley drives off, but then she turns around shortly thereafter and comes back and picks up Taifa and Aaliyah, who are inside of the hotel lobby. They then drive nearby to Advent Health, where Camilla is treated for her gunshot wound. Meanwhile, Armani Turner, the victim's girlfriend in the Hyundai, she ends up somehow on Fowler going eastbound and comes across a traffic stop being conducted by the University of South Florida Police Department, just a traffic stop. She pulls up and her and Mr. Howard get out and they make contact with the police, who are having a hard time understanding them because they were so frantic and so upset. So they follow them. They try to follow them. They actually lose sight of them because she's traveling so fast. Meanwhile, Tampa Police Department are responding to multiple 911 calls of shooting at the hotel. An officer responding sees Ms. Turner driving. She drives through the intersection of Fowler. McKinley goes right over the landscaping and into the parking lot. He follows her, not knowing who she is or what her part of this is, and they end up making contact with her. Officers end up driving down to the south end because it's brought to their attention that there are impacts and broken glass all over the south end of the home to suites where the shooting actually happened or began. And the first officer who gets there comes into the scene and he notices all of these 9mm pistol casings laying in the scene. And he's looking at the impacts and he's already seen the Charger. And he's wondering, where are the rifle casings? Where are they? Well, you're going to hear in this evidence there were no rifle casings, even though 2 rifles were firing at a high cyclical rate in this attack. They weren't there because these conspirators modified their rifles. They put what are called brass catchers on the rifles to catch the brass, the shell casings being ejected from these AR-style rifles. They modified them, just like they modified that Glock pistol and made it fully automatic. That was confusing. That was beguiling to law enforcement, at least in the beginning, until they started obtaining the video that you've just seen. So how does this conspiracy unfold? How does all of this start? It starts with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, you see his name on the top of this post on IG, putting out on his IG account this advertisement for June 22nd, which was a Saturday. The murders happened in the early morning hours of the 23rd, going into Sunday morning. And you see Mr. Jones in the middle, advertising he's going to be appearing, Julio Foolio, at Teasers on North Nebraska in Tampa, hosted by Kenny K. And he puts at the bottom, my Airbnb pool party, June 21st, and that's when he arrived here. He and partygoers arrived here that Friday. They had rented an Airbnb in Holiday in Pasco County. And they ended up on Saturday night leaving the Airbnb because he had started sending out, telling people, send me messages and I'll message you back with the address. And so many people appeared that eventually the owner of the Airbnb pulled the plug and told them to get out. But you see down here at the bottom,
just stopping for commentary and stuff. We have a lot of that happens in Houston with stuff like that. They have these big party get-togethers, and the venue they'll pull the plug and they'll say, oh, nope, too much, too many, can't do it, and it causes problems. I mean, the people get mad. They get real mad. And then we have accidents that happen, like Astroworld. When they had Astroworld up, God, I can't even remember his name. The guy that was sang that song Astroworld and had the, it was a big party here in Houston, and people got trampled and people died. I mean, it can be very scary.
I remember that.
Travis Scott,
Yeah.
that's who it was.
Well, in
Travis?
Cincinnati, in the 70s, we had the Who concert that everybody got trampled, and my sister was there, but
Really?
her boyfriend that was there, he picked her up and threw her away from the line because it was stadium seating. And so when the doors opened, the whole crowd just started running to get in. And that's what that concert actually ended, stadium seating.
Wow. Well, I know that there's even since we had all that stuff happen with Travis Scott and the Astroworld situation, and he came forward and paid for the funerals and paid money to these families and stuff. I respect that. I mean, it was an accident. I don't feel like it was his fault. There was so many things that played to that situation. And I worry about that. And even with small venues, like what they're talking about with this, and that the venues will say, oh, nope, it's too much. You can't have it here. And at the last minute, they stop these small, what we as lay people would consider small gatherings of people getting together. And it causes problems. It really does. Really does, especially in Houston.
You know what we should go over sometime is the Beverly Hills Supper Club fire that happened right in northern Kentucky, right across the river from Cincinnati. That started so many different laws. It started the exit signs that are lit up, and it's stopped so much of cloth that you can't use in places, and it made to where the doors have to open out instead of coming in.
Right.
Because that's what happened when all the people were running toward the doors. They leaned up against the door, so there wasn't no way for the doors to open. And but that would be something good for us to go over.
Yeah. I would love to. Another thing that I'm very dedicated to, besides children's cases, is, and I say children's cases loosely, I don't mean that in a very bad way, mental health issues with a lot of these cases. I'm very mental health aware with my own situation, what I deal with. So I do want you to be aware of that.
I was 15, we were 15 miles from it, and we had ash from it coming down in our yard.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Yeah, you'll have to send me stuff about my email's rubberramada@gmail.com.
Okay.
That's what everybody sends me.
That's easy to remember.
rubberramada@gmail.com. Simple as that.
All
But
right.
yeah, email me and we'll hook it up and I'll get it together.
I'll mute.
My official birthday party, June 22nd at Club Teasers, and gives the address. So he is making it very well known when he puts this promotion out, where he's going to be, what address he's going to be at, and when he's going to be there. This is another flyer that he put up. 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., June 22nd at Teasers.
And the sad part with this is knowing he had rival gangs out to get him. That really, really, I mean, he did what he had to do to promote himself. And unfortunately, that put a target on his back, showed right where he's going to be.
Even puts a photograph here of Tampa. My Airbnb pool party. DM me for address. And my official birthday party at Club Teasers gives the address again. So he's advertising his whereabouts. He's advertising his whereabouts.
Just what I said.
Now, Miss Andrews, the defendant, sitting right over here at counsel's table. This is a message that she sends, and you see on the top there, oh, that's red. That is her Instagram account. You will find that. You can see on the top right, her registered email to that account, verified Alicia Andrews 72 at yahoo.com. She sends that this message on June 21st, that's Friday, at 10:52 UTC, that's early morning the 22nd, or earlier that day, sorry. UTC, if you're not aware of that, is Universal Time Code. It's Greenwich Mean Time. So you got back up 4 hours. So she's sending that on the Friday night. Hey, could I book a B&B in Tampa? This is 2 days before the murder. To a Kiera Axe Marie. Hey, what's date you need? Tomorrow, but what day do you have available? How many bedrooms? Like 2. Logistics. This is the beginning. She's trying to find lodging. Trying to find lodging for this operation. Now, a few moments later, a screenshot of an Airbnb message is documented. The message is addressed to Rashad Murphy, confirms his reservation at Lagoon Oasis 9703 Gazebo Pond in Tampa, June 22nd to June 24. And in the message of that message there from the owner of the Airbnb, our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID, which he obliges and sends his valid ID. Now we go to the 22nd. This is the Saturday, earlier in the day before Julio Foolio.
You're muted.
I'm muted. It popped up, says you're muted. I was going to say it's a red door. It's a paid for house. It's a, that's what red doors significate out here in the country. It's a paid for house. I don't know if that's everywhere, but.
Julio is going to start appearing at clubs in Tampa. This is the residence of Sean Gaithright, one of the conspirators. That is Mr. Gaithright walking out with a large duffel bag. And Isaiah Chance walking out with bags. And you'll see they start loading that black car, which is a Chevy Impala. That is the car that goes north in the hotel complex. That is the car transporting the assault team. And they load the bags into the trunk. That BMW on the top of the video there is being driven by Mr. Chance. And you see him bringing out another large bag. They're kitting up and they're getting their gear into their transports. You'll see in the evidence that Mr. Chance ends up leaving in that Beamer. He drives and picks up his girlfriend, this defendant, Alicia Andrews, and brings her back to this residence. And then the three of them, Ms. Andrews, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Gaithright, get into that Impala. And they drive here to Tampa, and they drive to the Airbnb. And there will be zero doubt about all of that, because that Impala, while it's en route, is being picked up on license plate readers. You will see in the evidence. Their cell phones are tracking, hitting cell towers as they travel in unison all the way.
You know, I'm going to pause again to say some criminals are so dumb. They go through license plate readers. They have cell phones tracking their every move. I mean, what are they, I want to know what they Googled, Tell me I'm nosy. Tell me what they Googled too,
And
right?
the Tampa area is infamous for license plate readers.
Like,
Because
I mean,
I flew into Orlando, and I was driving, looking at the city and going over to Tampa and everything. But then eventually, I had to drive up to up by Alabama, and it was such a beautiful. I could have drove forever, but anyhow, it seems like that they do really have license plate readers everywhere, just like California.
they do. As a matter of fact, I drove all the way down. I drove down to the Keys. I live in Texas.
Panama City. That's where
Yes,
I went to.
Panama City, right. I mean, we drove like to Biloxi Beach, Mississippi and stuff like that. But then we decided we were going to go further. We went into Pensacola and everything. We stayed in Pensacola at an RV. Totally enjoyed myself. And we went down, we took the RV, went down to the Keys, got to see the point of Florida, whatever, and got to see all that. Didn't realize though, they have we paid for the Sun Pass, and the Sun Pass will get you through the toll booths. Well, whatever their license plate readers and their sun booth or sun pass I had a little red Mazda Miata that I pulled behind my RV and read it. I got a ticket for every time that license plate reader read me, every time, going all the way down, all the way back. Oh, it was horrible. Yeah, Cindy lives out that way. Cindy says, yep, Tampa has them everywhere. The College, Tampa Bay Buck Stadium, Busch Gardens, tons of tourists. And they get us tourists. They do. They trap us with that. I mean, like I said, I paid for the Sun Pass on my RV. I didn't know it was going to charge me extra every time I went through because I had my little Miata on the back of it. And oh God, it was horrible. It was horrible. But yeah.
There has been so many cases right in the Tampa area of people shooting and stuff. Remember the guy that defended himself and he had the little curls and stuff that killed his wife and his daughter or whatever.
Right.
And he was in Tampa too.
Yeah, there's so many. I think Florida is very open with their court system, and I think that's why we get a lot out of Florida. Texas is becoming more open. I will be honest with you. I don't know if you know. I was down from Monday a week ago until Monday, just this past Monday. I was struck by the San Antonio news station KSAT 12. There was a mental health issue. 3 San Antonio officers, I felt, took the life of a woman who was having a mental crisis. She was schizophrenic, and San Antonio PD, 2 of them were on the for involuntary manslaughter, and 1 was for aggravated murder. And I was streaming it the first day. I was streaming it was Monday a week ago. And I was streaming the Friday before with commentary, with my overlays that I do, stopping the stream was in the comment. My chat was involved. I got struck by the news station, and the news station said I used their entire stream.
Oh, wow.
Totally copyrighted me. So I was down for 7 days.
Well,
I just came back up for this week.
There was another creator that got sued by a Florida news station, and it cost $1,000.
I know. Yeah. So I did email them and let them know I was very unhappy because I was focusing on the mental health of Melissa Perez at the time. I know this is a total sidebar of what we're even talking about, but that's what I kind of do in my streams. We sidebar a lot. We squirrel.
Well, see, my mind wanders because I can watch this, but while I'm watching it, I can also be thinking of a million other things.
Right. Right. And it triggers other memories of other trials and things that go on. And I question this because I know what happened then, so.
Yeah.
And see, there's a live police chase, but we're going to ignore that police chase tonight. And see, Cindy, she's throwing them squirrels in the chat. She knows. She knows. I go a little cuckoo.
Down to or I-75, coming across from Jacksonville and heading directly into Tampa. When he comes back, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. The Glock pistol with the extended magazine. He tucks it into his waistband. You can see the extended magazine sticking out in the trigger guard and the slide and the dust cover of the pistol. Just a more close-up photo of it. And you can see it bulging out of the right side of his warm-up pants he's wearing. So these three, Chance, Gaithright, and the defendant, get in that Impala. And they drive. You'll find in the evidence that Gaithright in the middle and Chance, the defendant's boyfriend, are very tight.
Not that
Close
you
friends.
can see it bulging.
Mr. Chance.
You're muted.
I know. I was getting over there. We don't have no peen scares on my stream. We don't do that over here. Man, I've heard.
It was so funny when he said, you can see it bulging.
I know. And the first thing I thought of was other creators with their peen issues. And see, and I don't do very many, I mean, I have it open for live chat, but being that I'm a very small channel and not a lot of people know about me, and so my chat's very small. I'm very vocal and very loud. Not a lot of people know about me. I'm not out there a whole lot. And I've only been doing this since, I think I started in January. But anyways, squirrel, see, again, yeah. So I don't worry. I just say what I want to say. I don't even know what I was saying. Like I said, case one knows this is a chat to be naughty, and you can say what you want to say. I'm not going to time you out. We agree to disagree at times. We don't always have the same ideas in here. We say shit that we shouldn't say sometimes. And I don't troll victims. But let me tell you, some of these people that end up being convicted, I troll them pretty fucking hard. And you're muted.
Don't feel bad. I've been on YouTube since 2014, and I have 47 followers. Because I don't do much. I don't do much on the page because I don't know how to do. I've got a whole setup. I've got a soundboard and a microphone and everything, and don't know how to hook any of it up or anything else. So
that's great. That's great.
I'll mute again.
It's great. Look over here, Cindy. Cindy says, we are R-rated, 17 and up, especially after hours. Man, after hours, my girl higher than a draft. Hey, you know what? The screen says I like to smoke. I like to smoke after hours, okay?
I have gummies after hours.
You what?
Have gummies after hours.
You have gummies? Okay, see, I don't do gummies. I enjoy my smoke. I enjoy it. It keeps me calm. And here's the mental health part of me. I have an emotional attachment to my husband, and when he leaves to go to work, I'm a wreck. I'm a wreck when he leaves. I go live at 3:00. He goes to work at 3. And then I take my dogs out after I do whatever my stream is. And then sometimes I go live again and I stream for a little while. It's because I enjoy it. I don't fall asleep. I don't fall asleep on stream. I usually know what I'm going to talk about if we're going to stream. Yeah, I know what we're going to talk about. Thunder woke you. Thunder. Feel the thunder. I hear Garth Brooks playing in my head. And Hio is my right hand and my left hand. Is it storming, Hio? Yeah, is it storming up there? Because it's not storming here. I hear that there's possibly a hurricane coming in the Gulf.
Yeah,
Stacy,
they said it's going to be really strong too.
did they?
Mm-hmm.
Coming down pretty good. We need it. We need it too. We need it too. I know. It's bad here. It's bad. We got burn bans all over the place.
I'm gonna turn off my camera real quick because I got to run to the potty, but I'll be right back.
Do your thing, sir. All right. Okay, I'm gonna hit play on this and let them roll for a minute. He's gonna tell us about these people. I'm gonna rewind it just a second.
Chance calls Mr. Gaithright his little boy. And you can see it bulging out of the right side of his warm-up pants he's wearing. So these three, Chance, Gaithright, and the defendant, get in that Impala. And they drive. You'll find in the evidence that Gaithright in the middle and Chance, the defendant's boyfriend, are very tight. They were close friends. Mr. Chance calls Mr. Gaithright his little brother. And you'll see in the video when they are loading up, you'll see more video.
Sweetie, this be vibrator. This be vibrator from like around the streets. Around the streets. Them YouTube streets. I've known Vibe for about a year. Just kind of through the streets. You know, these YouTube streets.
In this trial of Mr. Chance putting in the codes on the front door of the house that Mr. Gaithright lives at. Now, the second car, the one that I pointed out to you, the surveillance vehicle. This is a Chevy Cruze. This car is also picked up on license plate readers after law enforcement determined its involvement in this case. They go back and they find it. And if you can see in the lower left-hand corner, 7:46 p.m., June 22nd, it's on Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms, getting real close to where their Airbnb is. And by the way, the Airbnb they book is 1.3 miles from the murder scene. You will see in the evidence that the LPR, the license plate recognition systems that are picking up these two vehicles, show them traveling in unison, hitting on the same license plate readers at the same time, at the same locations as they travel from Jacksonville. That car was obtained by Rashad Murphy outside of the circle of ATK 1200. It was specifically located and utilized in this case as a car that would not be recognized. Now, this is the LPRs for that car, the Chevy Cruze. You can see it hitting where it hits Dolphin Drive. That's the day before in Jacksonville. On the 22nd at 6:01, Highway 441. At 18:09, Highway 326, it's traveling. Again,
As I say, this man stands right in front of everything.
through Gainesville. And then at 1947, 7:47 p.m., Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms Road, and then at 0342 Hillsborough, and then we get into the surveillance and the time before the murder. The ones at the bottom are the return. That's when they're returning to Jacksonville. This is showing you in these license plate readers, the Cruze on the top and the Impala on the bottom, hitting simultaneously on the same dates, 1809, 1947, 1945, 0341, 0342, at the same exact locations. These cars are traveling in unison because they are part of a team. This is the Airbnb that they stayed at on the night of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. They didn't stay at a hotel that has a lobby with security cameras. They stayed at an Airbnb with one single Ring camera. Now, that's the front door on the right, or on the left, excuse me. You can see the Ring camera. You also can see that that lock has, like most Airbnbs, has a combination lock on it. That's the defendant when they arrive, and that day she's the only one seen going through that door. You're going to hear in the evidence when she walks in, this is from a video, someone inside saying, "My bad." So they're already inside, but she's the only one that goes through the door that day. The other ones, the evidence will show, this is back the back side of that same building, and down the back, and there's the back door. Must have entered, the evidence will show, through that entrance. Later that night at about 1:40, This is going now into June 23rd, 3 hours before the murder of Charles Jones, and less than an hour before they begin to hunt and stalk him at Teasers, where he's appearing. Her phone leaves the Airbnb and starts tracking by hitting off cell towers to a nearby McDonald's at 22nd and Fletcher, 2205 East Fletcher. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, if you've never seen these before, that's the cell tower. This is the area of the cell tower, or the part of the antenna that's being utilized, and it falls within that area. And you can see there, Fletcher, Advent Health. That is her in the passenger seat. And there's not going to be any doubt about that in this case, because when she's later interviewed by police, she identifies herself. Because you're not really going to be able to see her face, but she says, I'm in that car. That's me. You can see the driver, Davion Murphy, he's lighting a cigar. You can see a little flame. You're going to watch on this video as they proceed through this drive-through.
We're going to pause that for a second. Not for me to cough. Not for me to cough. But I had a thought. Vibe.
What's your thought?
Vibe, introduce yourself. Here we are, an hour and 57 minutes in to this review of opening statements, and I never told you to introduce yourself.
I thought that I was known already by everybody on YouTube. It seems like I am.
No, you're not, babe. Some of my chatters are not from that area of the streets.
I'm Vibrator, and I come from Krama community. Excuse me. And prior to the Krama community, I was in the Bravo community / 90-day community.
You were also in true crime community for a while.
Yeah, I'm going more toward away from Krama. I'm going to stick more into the true crime area.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't like, I'm like over the Krama deal.
You know, I have to be honest. I'm trying to get away too, and I think that my night lives may bring some viewers and pull them away from that, which I can only hope. The Krama, I'm kind of over the Krama, the hate watching and all that stuff. I'm ready to move on.
Now
So
I do mod and two Krama creators, but they're more comedy than they are.
Exactly.
And so I like that.
Totally get it.
Okay.
I totally get it. Well, I appreciate that. And I wanted to let everybody know. See, Cindy knows nothing about them. I was dumping my chat.
Cindy, keep it that way. Don't get yourself involved, because if you do, it's like a soap opera. It's never ending and you won't stop.
Exactly. And that's why I feel me doing these lives at night may keep me from
Dabbling
in it. Exactly. Dabbling in it. Yeah. Don't corrupt our girl, Cindy. Yeah. You have Cindy has no patience for drama. Nope. Cindy dropped out of a chat because of drama. Yep. We keep that out of our chat. We do. And I don't address it. If I have a troll come through, they can keep on scrolling. I don't even address them.
That's also why
my K-Swan troll, which just talks shit. I love her.
That's also why I hang out over on X and TikTok, because it keeps me away from YouTube. And I do my funny little pics and and
You do.
keep me busy.
You do. And look who strolled in. Hawkeyes. Hey, haven't seen you in a while. I know me and my late night lives are bringing some out of the bushes tonight. You're dramatic, but you're not drama. I do my nature. You do. You do. Look at there. Look at there. Everybody recognizing. Everybody
Now,
recognizing.
are we at a fast food restaurant, or where is he at on here?
Yeah, he's at a fast food. And you know what? We have something for fast food restaurants. Look, I try to keep the comedy in the chaos. So hold, please. Okay.
That's funny.
Y'all know I have to keep the comedy in the chaos. Aw, love you too, babe. He's at McDonald's. He's at McDonald's. Yeah, don't you recognize those over awnings and things? That was my Hio. That was my Hio that did that. That's her little pizza man. So, okay. All right. We'll go back to this. We're going to scroll back just a couple seconds to see their entire action at McDonald's.
So they kill people and then go to McDonald's to eat?
That is her in the passenger seat.
Does who people?
I said, so they unalive people and then go to McDonald's to eat? Is that what it is?
No, this is 3 hours before and less than an hour before they begin the hunt.
Evidently, I don't pay attention. Okay, thank you.
See,
Sorry.
pay attention. Pay attention. This is why we do this. Pay attention.
And there's not going to be any doubt about that in this case, because when she's later interviewed by police, she identifies herself. Because you're not really going to be able to see her face, but she says, yeah, I'm in that car. That's me. You can see the driver, Davion Murphy.
Okay, we're doing, this is the opening statements of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. And she was one of a total of 5 conspirators. She supposedly just drove the getaway car and that was okay. And she shouldn't be charged like everybody else. Yeah. Yeah. That sums it up.
That I know of, they still haven't given a reason for this shooting, have they yet?
Just gang violence.
I know, but I mean, usually they say, well, such and such stole his girlfriend or...
Well, I know that they were talking about the songs, that his songs were dissing other members. Maybe that provoked it. Oh, no. I'm sure they're going to tell us. But these are just the opening statements, and we still got, damn, an hour of opening statements for him.
Murphy's lighting a cigar. You can see a little flame.
Yes, just as
You're going to
guilty.
watch on this
He
video
was
as they
there,
proceed
she
through
drove the
this
car.
drive-through.
Rival gangs, yes, rival gangs. I wonder what they ordered. See, that's my nosiness. Now I want to know what they ordered.
You just saw her turn to her left. She identifies Mr. Chance as being in the back seat of that car. And that's Davion Murphy in the driver's seat. They eventually drive off, but what you're going to find in the evidence is they buy a lot of food. This is not food for one person, it's a lot of food. And that's significant because later she tells the police that they went there because she was hungry and wanted something to eat. She also tells them she doesn't know who the driver is. You can't give an explanation for how he even came to be in that car or how she came to be in that car. Now, this is outside of Teasers. As you saw, Teasers is a club that is on Nebraska here in the city of Tampa. So as you saw in the evidence of the shooting, the success of this conspiracy, this plot to murder, this
Both of y'all,
attack
thank
hinged
you.
on the element of surprise. It
My
absolutely hinged on
typos.
that. And they leveraged the surprise that they had catching Mr. Jones off guard. And to have that type of surprise, they had to act with a coordinated knowledge, and they needed intelligence. They needed intel. They needed real-time information. Where is he? What's his route? They needed to know exactly where he was. They needed to know his positioning, his routes of travel. And like any good operation, the key to success is intelligence, critical intel. Now, to obtain intelligence like that and to do so surreptitiously, secretly, the surveillance has to be done in a surreptitious manner. Without that intelligence, without providing that real-time information to the assault team that's in the Impala, there would be no surprise, there would be no ambush of Mr. Jones, and this conspiracy would fail. It was that intelligence, that real-time surveillance and communication, the locations and routes that were provided by.
Well, what we were talking about earlier, Hawkeyes, was who's going to turn on who? Who's going to flip? You know? Right. How much crime is actually going on? There you go, Vibe. Wonder what happened to my mouse? My mouse just died. Damn it.
I was saying, I wonder if they're going to have any of the teaser workers testify.
Oh, those workers.
Yeah.
Those workers. Those workers. 2 have already flipped. Paul and oh, girl, Hawkeye's being here spilling the tea. We're still on opening statements. We're doing day 1 tomorrow. 2 of them already flipped. Oh, this is gonna be good. I'm here for it. I'm here to spill the tea. I'm here for it.
You know, the trial that I can't wait for is the Texas mom's trial.
Which Texas mom?
I mean, not Texas, Kansas mom's trial. Where the 5 family members killed the 2 women.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
I want to see who flips in all of those, because they're gonna just wind up going against each other, every single one of them.
Yeah, that it's gonna be interesting. Oh, you're from that area. Oh, see, rubberramada@gmail.com, Hawkeyes. You got to send me all the tea.
You know what we have here is the girl that had her baby and wrapped it up in a towel from University of Kentucky.
That was a horrible, horrible thing.
Yeah, so we have that here, and I'm getting paperwork from that, but it looks like she's going to get out of it because her family's got money. But as soon as we get more on that, I'll send that to you, and you can look through it.
Did you see Steins' daughter did a TikTok?
No.
Yes.
We have that here too.
Ooh, I need to go over Steins' daughter's TikTok. That's another little live. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was what Hawkeyes was talking about, was the guy in Kansas. His mom took his life. Yeah. Took her life. Yeah.
We've got a lot here. We also, there was the mother and father that unalived their son. We have that here. We have tons of trials here. It's unbelievable.
Oklahoma is very corrupt, especially in the Panhandle. It's wild. You know, the Bettler family. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Like I said, y'all want any info, or you not want, but if you have information you're willing to share, rubberramada@gmail.com.
Well, the reason why I'm so interested in this Kansas Moms is because I am so into cults. I just love,
yes.
I don't understand them. So something that I don't understand, I get like transfixed in. And
well, that's me too. That's me too.
And that little group that they were in is similar to a cult.
That's me too. The other thing that I'm having a issue with right now, and I've still in my Discord putting things together that I have down in a little private moderator area, is the lady, what was her name? Ruth Miller. Ruth Miller. And she was the lady that took her son's life and that her husband had passed or something. And I'm waiting for more information and facts to come out before I do any lives on that. I don't want to put anything out until it's more factual and I have more information. But she was the Amish or something, and I don't understand that religion at all. I don't have a knowledge of religion. So I'm very fascinated by it. I find it very interesting. Yes, the Amish one. Yes, I find it totally interesting. I don't understand the culture, and I'm feeling that this may help me absorb and understand it better.
Hawkeye, come up and talk to us.
Yeah, Hawkeyes, anytime, y'all. The link is pinned. You follow a channel about cults and high demand religions.
Oh, can you let us know what channel that is? Because I am so
anything.
I love to watch about cults.
And I'm very free about dropping channels, helpful channels in, and things for us to discuss. That's not anything. I know you get nervous. You don't have to, Hawkeyes. You'll be okay. But email me and we'll talk behind the scenes, okay? Don't. Yeah. And it's. I know you share a lot on your posts. You share a lot, and I appreciate that. Okay, let's go back to watching this for a little bit.
Okay.
This defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, operating alone in that Chevy Cruze, while the other three conspirators, the assault team, were in the Impala. And they were doing everything they could to keep that Impala out of the sight of Mr. Jones and his friends, because Mr. Gaithright drove that Impala. It was registered to his mother, but he drove it all the time. He was notoriously known for driving that car. This was a coordinated team effort. In order to remain secretive and to not alert the target that they were conducting surveillance, they utilized several different techniques. Number one, they parked away from the club, and they utilized disguises that you heard some about yesterday in jury selection about COVID masks. You're going to see in this video, June of 2024, they're both wearing COVID masks. Now, interestingly, because it was suggested yesterday that there's many reasons people could wear COVID masks, it's the only time in this evidence you will ever see a mask on this defendant's face. You won't see.
I will say this, that even to this day, 2025, I'm triggered by a mask like that. No, you don't ever apologize. Don't ever apologize, man. Y'all know, y'all free, open. This is the chat to be yourself, be honest, be opinionated. We're here for it. We're here for it. Absolutely don't apologize.
See it on her face when she returns back to Jacksonville through an Uber. You won't see it on her face any other time.
And Lola's scratching, so I have to mute. I don't know if y'all can hear her or not, but she is just absolutely having a scratching fit. I love you too, sweetie. You're fine. You're fine.
Nice to meet you all, guys.
When she's entering into the Airbnb around her four co-conspirators. But they kept their distance, and you'll see that in this video, from the victim and his entourage. They attempted to blend into the background. They needed to get close enough to be able to conduct surveillance, to gather the information they needed, but not so close that they would be detected. They had to avoid that. So first they used an unrecognizable car, and then they used disguises. But what you're going to find, and remember the law and principle, she doesn't even need to be there to be part of this conspiracy or to be a principal. She's there. She drives there with Mr. Chance, and they park in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. And she doesn't stay in the car. She gets out and she walks with him. You're going to see that. You can kind of see their images in the upper right-hand corner. This is a video. I'm going to play it in a minute. You're going to see him hand her phone to her and her put her code into the phone to open it so they could utilize it to convey what they were watching and seeing. And again, they're out in the parking lot. She was there with them in the field, shoulder to shoulder, in the thick of it, on the ground, in the action. So they're wearing these masks, and it's not just like some costume mask. Obviously, a COVID mask is not going to necessarily draw that much attention, but it is going to hide their identities. Mr. Chance has a hoodie up on his head, along with the COVID mask. They are clearly trying to disguise themselves. But again, she didn't stay in the car, she got out. And there was a reason for that. Because instead of allowing Mr. Chance to walk around in this dark parking lot with a hood on and a mask on by himself,
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
walking.
Overruled, go ahead. Again, this is opening statement, members of the jury. It's just a chance.
Wait, what? Objection for what? Sorry, Lola is scratching, so I'm trying to keep it muted. Her chi-chis, bless her heart, are just killing her with this pregnancy. I'm sorry, so that's why I'm having to stay muted.
Walk around in this dark parking lot with a hood on and a mask on by himself,
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
walking.
Overruled, go ahead. Again, this is opening statement, members of the jury. It's just a chance for the lawyers to tell you what evidence they believe will be admitted in this case. But again, it is not the actual evidence, all right? Go ahead.
But instead of allowing him to walk around in that parking lot by himself, a single man with a disguise on, she went with him because now they would be a couple. They would fit in. They would be non-threatening. So she acted.
Let me stop again. My co-host, he goes by the name Vibrator. I have met him amongst many of my different genres of chats that I've been in because I've kind of floated everywhere amongst all the communities. In some of the 90 days, I've seen him in some of the Krama. I've seen him when he was with some of the true crime creators. He's been around. He's cool, and I don't mind being
started coming into your chats. Started coming into your streams.
Yeah,
when you were doing those police stories, the live cams of the police.
Oh, the body cams?
Yeah, body cams.
The body cams? Yeah, that's been a while back, and I kind of stopped
I would
for
do a
that.
drive-by and say, hey, I'm here. I just wanted to give you a view.
Yeah. Who knew you'd ever come up and hang with me, you know? Hey, It's been fun, though. I don't mind. Witch hazel can soothe her skin. I do think I have some witch hazel out there. I may have to run and go grab some from the bathroom real quick and put on her.
While you're on pause, I'm wondering if the jury's noticing that she has no expression whatsoever.
She doesn't.
Even when they showed the shootings and everything, she was just like, who gives a crap?
And here's the channel that Cindy shared, just so it's on the screen.
Okay.
If anybody wants to catch it, you can scroll up, but this is it on the screen if that will help. And Hawkeye says she loves that channel, so it's fun. It's fun, you know. I don't mind sharing my time with others, so I'm gonna hit play again, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom and get some witch hazel for Lola. I'll be right back.
Not only helping in conducting the
Objection, Your Honor,
reconnaissance,
argument.
Overruled, go ahead.
And they're,
she acted as
I can't walk
camouflage.
away when they're arguing.
She acted as a disguise in and of herself. Now they're a couple. Now it's not just a single person who may be seen as threatening or may draw attention. This is just a couple walking around in the parking lot in a club where a lot of people are milling about in groups. She provided that by being there in the field with them. She provided that cover and that camouflage. And she provided, obviously, a second set of eyes to watch. Both of them surveilling and watching Mr. Jones and his entourage. And then, as I just mentioned a minute ago, she provided the comms, the communication, her phone. Now, you're going to see in the evidence, Mr. Chance's phone is tracking all the way to Tampa from Jacksonville. And it's tracking at that Airbnb. It's hitting off a nearby tower, but it's her phone they're utilizing, you will find in the evidence. Now, you're going to find in this evidence that they were not utilizing the calling function of that iPhone or even its Apple text message app, the two ways that most people communicate. They're using some kind of a special application to be able to communicate that's undetected. But at some point, they have to break radio silence because the person they're communicating with, Sean Gathright, is not answering. He's not picking up his phone, so they actually send a text through the Apple text message app. Pick up your phone. And that's right around this time, just a few minutes later. You see the defendant opening the phone for Mr. Chance, and you can see their COVID masks. One is wearing the blue COVID mask that was so prevalent in 2020, 2021, and she's wearing a black one. This is Mr. Jones and his friends arriving at that club. And you can see the time there, 2:22 in the morning. That, again, is several minutes off, but it's about that time. 2:21, and there they are, and you see Mr. Chance on the phone.
Y'all, give me a second to rub this on her. I don't want to miss anything, but give me a second to rub this witch hazel on her. I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause. Give me just a second.
So I wonder where I guess they'll tell us, but where this teasers fits into everything at. Is it just a meeting place? Hawkeyes, were you when you said that you were close to the case? Were you talking about the Kansas moms or this case here in Tampa? Oh, I thought that it was a hotel that the guy was shot at. I'm confused now. Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about, the Kansas moms. I am so curious about that case because we have a town here far east where my mom was born at, and there's so much corruption going on there right now, and there's so many people that gets unalived and stuff, and it's all covered up, every single bit of it. Okay. So they follow. So he was at the teasers, and then they followed him to the hotel.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go wash my hands too. That made my hands horrible. But she stopped for a minute, so we'll see. I put her in her kennel and made her lay down for a little bit. So yeah, they were at the teasers. Okay. Rock chalks. True crime was boots on the ground. See, I'm learning things. Kansas moms. You looked them up. Okay, Bible looked them up. I'm going to go back to playing this now that I'm back. I'm going to rewind it just a couple seconds because.
And so he's wearing a black one. This is Mr. Jones and his friends arriving at that club. And you can see the time there, 2:22 in the morning. That, again, is several minutes off, but it's about that time. 2:21, and there they are, and you see Mr. Chance on the phone in the parking lot at the same place. Now later, after Mr. Jones has gone into the club and been in there and done his thing in there with his friends, he's now leaving. You can see Mr. Edwards' head up there. It's 2:46 or about that time. 2:46. 59, almost 2:47. And what happens at 2:47?
Let me pop my little media thing off. so we can see the full screen.
This car up here, 246, 59, almost 247. And what happens at 247? This car up here in the upper right, that's on that road, which is Nebraska, is pulling in to the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. This was an extremely orchestrated, well-orchestrated conspiracy, coordinated. He's walking out of the club on the other side of the club, and out of the blue, the assault team vehicle is pulling into the club. That is tight surveillance and intel. Now, in this photograph, that's 248. This is Mr. Jones' Charger. You can see the lights starting to light up because they're already inside the car. They're getting ready to leave. That's the Impala that has come in on the north side, gone down the west side, and is now passing in the front. Out of necessity, passing in the front. So this is just aerial view of
That helps.
Teasers. You can see Nebraska over here to the right.
This little map helps because the way they were showing it with the car lights and stuff, I was like, whoa, it was, yeah, I couldn't follow it. This helps. Put it on a map with 5-year-old shit, red and blue arrows, and I'll follow you.
Now, when I lay down to go to sleep tonight, more of this will make sense because I'll lay there and think of it for the rest of the night till daylight, and I'll go through it in my mind.
Right. And then tomorrow, are you going to come around tomorrow? I do at 3 o'clock.
Of course. But you're central time, right?
Yes, I'm central.
So it'd be 4 o'clock my time. Okay.
Yeah, always at 3 o'clock central. Usually Monday through Fridays and Monday through Thursday, and every once in a while on a Friday. My husband works night shifts Monday through Thursday, so that's my time to
see. My partner is 7P to 7A. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh wow! So yeah. So this is my time. So Fridays I usually spend with him, but he already knows that I want to jump in on this Alicia Andrews thing tomorrow. So it's all cool. Kay Swan's going to leave us for the night. I gotta go. Enjoyed being with you all. Good night. Aw,
good night,
I appreciate
Kay Swan.
you being here, Kay Swan. Okay. All right, we'll go back to our 5th grade poster here that I can read better.
Right, you can see this little road here, South Castle. The defendant and her boyfriend come and they park here in the north end. They get out, they walk around, they come around this way, they stand here. The entrance is over here. So they're way down here. You kind of saw that in that photograph. Which you put them down there to the west. They conduct surveillance, they walk back up here, they get back into the car, and then they drive out onto East Castle. The assault team comes in the red arrows, comes in on the north end. We just watched it. They come down this way and they go down Castle. And as you can see, before I move on, a lot of folks standing around out there. A lot of people. Potential witnesses. Now, from there, when Mr. Jones leaves with his friends in the 3 cars, they travel to another club, an after party. This is Truth 18 on Bush. The Dodge Charger, the Hyundai, and you'll see the Altima come up. Down here to the lower left, you can see some of the party, Miss Bentley, Miss Albritton, Tafa McRae in the light blue. And up on the top there where you just saw the flashing lights, it's Armani Turner and Miss Randolph getting out of the Hyundai. And there's Mr. Jones in the lower right with the red hat, very recognizable. So they go up to the 2nd floor of this strip mall where this club is. That's Gino Norris in front walking up, his friend. And again, this is for an after party. And you'll see Mr. Jones will start live streaming with his phone. Again, advertising his location.
And the problem with this, people want to be somebody. He's out there live streaming his location. I mean,
I
you
hope
want to
this,
see followers.
I hope
You
this
wanna-
prosecutor isn't standing in front of the jury the way that he's standing in front of us. You know, it would help if he would stand back and use a laser light to show all of that instead of his finger.
Right? Being up there on the
Or as
screen.
they say around here, finger.
Finger.
Yeah, finger.
Crime Guardians with Hio, my blessed Hio, says you will be in my ear. I'm going back to bed. I have to be up really early in the morning. I love you. I miss you guys. I'm hoping to be back soon, but real life first. As always, real life first. Real life first.
I'm going to jump down too because it's 2:30 in the morning and my phone's about dead and my partner is sound asleep, and if I don't get in the bed, then all I'll hear tomorrow is, "Why did you stay up all night? Why didn't you get up?"
Well, I'm going to finish out the defense. I mean, this, and the defense doesn't look like he has much to say. And I'm saving trial is the first.
What can he say?
What can he say, right? He can't say much, but
No. But
I
thanks.
know you will.
I'll be back tomorrow.
All right.
It was nice meeting all of you wonderful people out there.
Well, thank you for
Listening to
coming up.
guys. Hopefully I'll see you in some of these other chats.
There you go, hon. All right. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming up, Vibe. You know your way out?
Yep.
All right. Later, dude.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm here. All right. All right. Okay. You always help me. Always help me. Yeah, they want fame. They want fame. And the problem with they act like there's not cameras everywhere. There is cameras everywhere. You cannot avoid cameras these days. There's no way of avoiding cameras. They are everywhere. I'll tell you a quick funny story while we're just sitting here chit-chatting. I had a cousin of my man decide she was going to come approach me in a very rudely way. Little did she know, I got this woman on camera. She was very nasty to me. She didn't even know who I am. She don't even know who I am, being nasty to me. There are cameras everywhere. I had 2 cameras recording the front of my house. And she want to come up to me like I am nobody. I was like, ma'am, I don't know who you are. And she tries to tell me she owns me. I said, bitch. Oh, no, I had some nasty, nice words. And then when she left, I waved at her. I said, have a great day, because that's the kind of person I am. So, yes, it was nice to see Vibe. All right, Vibe. Nice to meet you. All right, okay, we're going to play this. We're going to finish watching this out. Have me in your ear, Hio.
This is from another location, and you can see the Chevy Cruze up in the top part of the screen.
Then he's spitting facts again. She's helping
And
me
now,
with my
in the top of the
pop-up
screen,
video.
the hooded individual, the defendant, and Mr. Chance conducting more surveillance. Walking as a couple, so they're not threatening, they don't stand out. With her phone to his ear. And now they walk back again past the club. Mr. Jones and his friends leaving.
I'm going to make a mama comment. Sir, if you pull your britches up or put a belt on or buy some that fit, you wouldn't have to hold them when you're walking down the stairs. But I'm just being an old mama, so it's a Gen X. Sorry. Not sorry.
The Impala on the top of the screen. That's across the street.
Impala at the top of the screen. Okay, he's meaning this car, maybe right here on the very edge. He's got to mean that car at the very end, right there. Oh, you can't see it because my banner. Damn it. Take that banner off there. Get off my screen. Here. Oops, sorry. Sorry about that, sir. Okay, look. See that green car? I think that's what he's talking about because there's no other green car at the top of the screen. I think that's what he's talking about. Okay, carry on, sir.
You'll find in the evidence that the victim and his entourage go down the parking lot, they do a U-turn, they come back out, they end up heading east and then doing a U-turn and going back west.
I don't see anything. I gotta scoot closer to my screen.
The Impala just crossed the street. Now it's back up at that stop sign in the upper right-hand corner. And you'll see it'll just sit there for a while.
Is he talking about this thing right here? That we can barely see? Is that what he's talking about? That's not Impala. I don't see what he was talking about.
Mr. Jones and his friends coming down the stairs.
Oh, did you? Right, okay. I must have missed it. It was hard to see.
A lot of people milling about, a lot of cars. The evidence will show.
A lot of people. There's a party coming on. I mean, there's a lot of people. How many were there that witnessed it? Ooh, yikes.
And finally they leave or start to leave.
I see more people coming. I don't know about no leaving, sir. Gangs. Yeah, there you go, gangs.
And they come back.
More of those illegal words that I'm not supposed to be saying that I say anyway.
Charger followed by the Hyundai. Followed by the Altima.
So this is showing they're all leaving the apartment to get at the same time. Okay.
On the top of the screen, Mr. Jones' Charger is going to do a U-turn and go back westbound, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima.
I can read typos. It's okay. I understood you.
There goes the Cruise, heading the same direction. Now, this is the intersection of McKinley Oh, I'm going to play through. This is the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. This is the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn complex in the upper right-hand corner. Directly across the street is USF. There's an Embassy Suites there. That is Mr. Jones' car doing a U-turn and going back on McKinley, and you'll see it turn into the hotel complex, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima.
Okay. Mr. Jones can do the U-turn. Here we go. We're going to rewind and watch it again.
That is Mr. Jones' car doing a U-turn and going back on McKinley, and you'll see it turn into the hotel complex, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima.
Turn its blinker on to turn
And as
in.
you can see, there is no car visible except for those oncoming lights now coming up the northbound side.
Correct.
That is the Chevy Cruze. It goes eastbound. No other car on McKinley can be seen. It's not even in sight. The Chevy Cruze ends up going eastbound, then comes back westbound, turns northbound. There it is, into that parking lot. And now several minutes later comes the Impala, which, this is the assault team. Does a U-turn, you will see, goes southbound on McKinley following the path of Mr. Jones and his entourage and pulls directly into that hotel. That car wasn't anywhere to be seen when Mr. Jones and his entourage were going in there. But the Chevy Cruze was there with this defendant and Mr. Chance providing critical intelligence to them with this defendant's phone.
There he is doing the U-turn. Okay. Man, they've got some good evidence.
Once it pulls in, you'll start seeing cameras from different locations within the complex mounted on the Home to Suites surveillance system that'll pick up the Impala's path as it travels. So the Chevy Cruze, at one point after the Impala goes in, blows through a red light on Fowler to get over there and turn in to the hotel. By that point, the Impala is all the way around on the west side, you will find in the evidence of the hotel, and setting up for the attack. But now the Cruze has to come, the evidence will show, to drive by and confirm where's Mr. Jones. The red marker is the Impala and its path. It comes in, it goes northbound, it goes westbound, it goes southbound around the Holiday Inn, down across the south end side of the Holiday Inn, back to the east, and then it parks. First it goes down, you can see that red arrow next to the Home to Suites on the west side. It kind of pulls down there and has to back up and pulls in. When the blue markers is the Chevy Cruze, when that pulls in and pulls around and does the three-point turn, you're going to see in the video evidence right here, they pass within feet of each other at the same time. And of course, the Impala never goes around or reveals itself past that point, keeping out of sight of Mr. Jones and his entourage. This is a camera mounted on the east side of the Home to Suites, pointing to the southeast, and it is picking up the Impala now pulling into the complex and going northbound on the east side of the hotel. This is going to go to a camera facing north-northeast, showing it passing, still going northbound. And then it turns back to the west. This is a camera that's mounted on the north side of the Home to Suites that picks up the Impala as it passes and turns towards the west. And now the Impala is on the west side of the hotel. There's this pool and this patio area here that's on the west side of the hotel. Going around this way would be the portico. This is the west side of the hotel. The charging stations are right here. And you can see the Impala comes and stops. It does not go around that southern end of the Home to Suites. It's avoiding the southern end at this point. And here comes the Chevy Cruze passing directly past in the car that's not known by anyone, the victim. Goes to the north where the Impala is, goes right past the Impala, does a three-point U-turn and comes back. This is another camera picking up the Impala and the Cruze. That's on the Tesla, part of its security system. You'll see the Cruze kind of do a little turn there, back up, and come back to the south. I don't know if you saw that or not. The cruise is turning around, but the Impala is pulling into a spot over here at the same time as it passes back by.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative.
Overrule, this is opening statement, go ahead.
So now the cruise is coming back, doing one last pass, and now we're...
I like this judge just for that overruling that this is no, it's not cumulative. He is opening statement, and this opening statement, dude, he is laying it out there piece by piece.
within seconds of the attack, the murder itself. You can see individuals at the top of the screen moving. You're going to see them run by the front of the Tesla, getting into position. There's the third shooter, Davion Murphy. And now they come around the pistol shooter, Rashad Murphy, and the shooter on the top of the screen right there is Sean Gathright. You see the collision between the Altima and the Hyundai as they're trying to get out of there. You see Mr. Murphy come out of hiding and Mr. Gathright opening fire. You'll see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running back to the north.
Wait, y'all seen that? Those cars crashed pulling out the parking lot right there.
Screen right there is Sean Gathright.
Look, the car's hit. Bam!
You see the collision between the Altima and the Hyundai as they're trying to get out of there.
They're
You see Mr.
stupid.
Murphy come out of hiding and Mr. Gathright opening fire. You'll see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running back to the north. And you saw this, there's the muzzle flashes of Mr. Davion Murphy's rifle. And you saw the Charger going to the north. That's the Charger picked up by the Tesla cameras heading north. There goes Mr. Rashad Murphy, there goes Gathright, and there's Davion Murphy. And you can kind of see the blocky image of the brass catcher on the side of that rifle. Another view from the Tesla of Davion Murphy running back to the Impala. This attack was relentless, as you saw. They weren't going to stop. They were going to make sure that they killed Mr. Jones, that he was not going to live, that they were not going to go back to Jacksonville without him dying. And you saw that relentless attitude of these defendants as they were shooting. This is the Airbnb. That's a photograph of, well, actually, this is a video. So this is the night they get there.
Is this her? It looks just like her. Is this her? And sir, you need to, can somebody tell him to step out the way so we can see? I think this is her.
This is Saturday, the 22nd. The defendant entering. There's no volume on this, but when she walks in, someone says, "My bad." Mr. Chance having maybe a celebratory drink. This is the next day around 2:30, 3. You can see he has to keep knocking. The person getting in that...
Wait, there was a U-Haul. What part was that? There was a U-Haul. Where did the U-Haul come from? It wasn't in this video. Dude, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I've been smoking, okay, because that's what I do at night. But the U-Haul came out of nowhere and nothing was said. Wait. I need more explanation, y'all. I need more explanation. This nosy neighbor needs more explanation.
Saturday, the 22nd. The defendant entering. There's no volume on this, but when she walks in, someone says, "My bad." Mr. Chance having maybe a celebratory drink. This is the next day around 2:30, 3. You can see he has to keep knocking. The person getting in that silver car is an Uber driver who they have called. That is how they returned to Jacksonville. The defendant, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Murphy this time returned to Jacksonville. Now they're unloading, bringing out all of their kit and their gear, their weapons. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. Now they're getting sloppy because it's the next day and all of the conspirators are visible. There's Mr. Murphy trying to go back in. Mr. Gathright walking out with gear.
But how was the U-Haul? How? I know, but what was the U-Haul purpose? Was that a neighbor had a U-Haul there? I need to know. And yes, I see a lot more. I see things. when me and Muffins, when she was younger, we would people watch. We would go to the mall and we would just people watch. We would buy a few things. She had her limit, and she knew how to buy bargain and clearance. Total squirrel moment I'm having here. But we would people watch. So I'm thinking that might be part of my such a huge interest in all of this is my people watching days. You don't think the U-Haul had anything to do with them? I don't know, but it was just so weird that it was a random U-Haul picture. They were talking about him drinking and it was a random U-Haul picture. Yes, you people watch too, huh? I'm a people watcher. I see more. I'm telling you, after I smoke, I see more and I pay attention and I see
They don't come the way they don't leave the way they came. They flee from this murder separately and in a different format. That's Mr. Gathright. He leaves independent of the others in the Impala.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's now reading the evidence, stuff that's not even been introduced, Your Honor.
Well, because it's opening statement. He's just telling the jury what he believes the evidence will show. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can see Mr. Gathright goes over to the side, to the back, and that's how they got in the day before. The evidence will show Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright, whose house they all started at, with the...
And I apologize for the stream being so long, and I appreciate, though, every one of you for sticking with me. If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, turn that notification bell on. All those good things that normal creators say that I never say. So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect it to be this long. It just has turned out this long.
Impala. He leaves, but he doesn't go back to Jacksonville. Mr. Gathright drives across I-4 to Polk County, to Auburndale, to his grandmother's house, where he switches cars. He leaves his Impala at his grandmother's house, and he takes her Toyota 4Runner, and he drives that to Orlando, where he goes out that night to a club, and he posts a photograph of him drinking Don Julio tequila, which is a diss to Charles Jones. Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was known in all of his social media to drink Don Julio. That's where the name came from. He was notorious for that.
Okay, guys, I do dabble in some alcohol at times. Don Julio is some good tequila. It's some good tequila. I'm not, I'm not promoting alcohol. I'm not promoting drinking, but it's some good tequila. Always on your way in. Well, thank you for that, Hawkeyes. I appreciate that.
Charles Jones. Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was known in all of his social media to drink Don Julio. That's where the name came from. He was notorious for that. Mr. Gathright drives over, switches cars, goes to Orlando, then
That's very interesting to note because I never knew why his name was Julio Foolio. So now we know why. It was because he was known, which isn't a good thing, for drinking Don Julio. Okay.
up in Jacksonville. That's Mr. Gathright being picked up on a flock license plate reader system. This is him coming. This is on June 22nd.
Secret time. Secret time. Tequilas make my clothes fall off.
You can see 739. He's in Hillsborough County. So 623, he's eastbound on I-4 at 413, eastbound on I-4. This is the Sunday after the shooting. 625, southbound Florida 559, and Fred Jones Parkway in Polk County. This is Mr. Gathright arriving at his grandmother's house in Opal Avenue in Auburndale. You're going to see him walk in.
Bloody Mary.
You see the Chevy Impala, the assault car, sitting in the driveway. Law enforcement go there later. They get this video of Mr. Gathright switching cars. You're going to see him wiping down the Impala before he leaves.
It's a country song. What are you doing?
And there he is leaving in the Forerunner, saying goodbye to his grandmother.
It's a nice little Forerunner. That's what I have.
That 626 date in the upper right-hand corner is wrong, 623. The defendant and her boyfriend, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Rashad Murphy, who had come there in the Chevy Cruze with his cousin, Davion Murphy. Now, Rashad Murphy traveled with them in that Uber. There's the Uber receipt, $187, 3 hours, 25 minutes, 208 miles from Gazebo Pond to Chipperfield Lane in Jacksonville. You see the route on the left, they go up 75 and they cut through I-10, heading up to Jacksonville. The Uber driver in this case will testify to you that he picked up 3 people at an Airbnb in Tampa and dropped them off at Sean Gaithwright's house in Jacksonville. That this defendant and Mr. Chance sat in the back seat.
You mean for a 208 look, I'm getting out my nosy, my Mrs. Kravitz magnifying glass. This is my Mrs. Kravitz magnifying glass. 208 miles, 208.2. 3 hours and 25 minutes a time. And it was $187.51. Y'all, who has the time or money? I don't understand. I don't understand.
And the whole way they're on their phones and they're not wearing a mask. This is them arriving at Sean Gaithwright's house. He's in Orlando or in Auburndale at his grandmother's house. Again, Miss Andrews is not wearing a mask. She's unloading along with Mr. Chance, and you're going to see Rashad Murphy here with some kind of a hat on, like a beret, with the same bags that were loaded up into the Impala. He's handing something now to the defendant. And down on the right through that crepe myrtle plant, you can see Chance in the driver's seat of the car. Mr. Murphy wearing the same jeans that he was wearing when he got arrested 2 days later in Gwinnett County, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta, driving the Chevy Cruze. He was with his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. They had picked up a hotel that morning, early in the morning.
Sir, how do you know? I need to know more. How do you all this? You're saying those were the same pants. I need to know how they can prove those were the same pants, because I'm going to tell you right here and now, my son, my stepson, he has multiple pairs of the same exact pants. So no, don't, I need more evidence before you start saying shit like that. Just because I'm not trying to argue, but.
Law enforcement pick up the tag on flock cameras in Norcross, Georgia and Gwinnett County. In Gwinnett County PD, you will hear from 2 officers from that agency who will tell you, the first officer being the one who arrests Mr. Murphy, that he came into contact in the hotel parking lot, pulls in behind the car, the Chevy Cruze. Mr. Murphy pops out of the driver's seat. He's yelling at him at gunpoint, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." Mr. Murphy doesn't hesitate. He takes off running. The officer chases him and tases him and knocks him down, where other officers stick guns to his head, and then they cuff him, wearing the same torn up jeans or type of jeans that he's wearing in the photograph from Jacksonville 2 days earlier.
See?
That's a
See? So, or same type of, sir, don't, see, you were doing really good, but me as an outside person, just a lay person watching you, and doing my review.
photograph of Mr. Rashad Murphy in a Walmart on June 21st that you will see in the evidence in Jacksonville, where he bought a burner phone, and he's wearing the same clothes or clothes that are consistent in appearance to the Glock shooter, the person with the Glock switch.
He's changing his wording, which is more appropriate and I approve of. But what he said in the beginning, I don't approve of how he said it.
Shooter. You can see he's carrying it. You can see the similarities in the belt. You can see the similarities in the shoes. And you can see he's carrying it in his left hand, which is confirmed through investigation he is left-handed. The defendant's phone, 904-405-6748. This is a tower hit at 4:40 at the murder scene. She identifies herself as being in that Chevy Cruze, but you don't even need her own words. You can see it in this evidence. She's in that Chevy Cruze, providing the critical last minute, last second, last.
Wait, what? Wait, I couldn't hear. There was some kind of objection, but I couldn't hear. What?
Her own words. You can see it in this evidence. She's in that Chevy Cruze, providing the critical last minute, last second, last second intelligence to the shooters, to the assault team as they drive out of the parking lot. Those shooters, when they came around the corner, and the evidence will show, directed their fire directly at the passenger side of that Charger. They knew exactly where Charles Jones was.
I don't know what they were arguing. I couldn't understand it, but I would pause to read this. My son, when he was 17, took an Uber from Tampa to Miami in 2019, and it was $150. He gave them a $50 tip. It was attached to his grandmother's credit card. My hubby were pissed. I bet. His grandma told him, just don't do it again. His dad made him work to pay it off. That's good. And I'm with Kate at Hawkeyes. I applaud the dad. I know from here, well, not here, but when we lived out in a little town called Damon, my stepson was in Lake Jackson, and it was about a 2-hour drive, and we paid $80, and this was in 2023 or 2023, something like that, that we did that, and it was $80, and we gave him a $20 tip. But it was about a 2-hour drive, and it was just a country straight shot. So I don't know. I never Ubered much in my life. Like, only time I ever Ubered was like when we flew to Las Vegas, or I flew out to New York. You know, I caught an Uber then, but that was a little different. They were like $30 charges here and there. It wasn't much.
Now, this is 7/6. This is a couple weeks later. This would be what? 13 days later. This is the defendant, and she's messaging from.
It was gang on gang, and supposedly, here I'm using words, whatever, I don't care. They were rivals, and one was saying derogatory things about the other gang and calling out their gang members by name in their rap songs and putting that out for public. And evidently they put a hit out on him, is what I'm getting. And being that he was a rival gang and they were doing controversial songs, it ended up they took his life. My husband had integrity, and we strive to instill that in our kids. Some are more challenging than others. I hear you. I totally hear you.
That Ooh That's Red Instagram account with.
Okay, I'm going to rewind this just a second because I wasn't listening to it.
Charger. They knew exactly where Charles Jones was. Now, this is 7/6. This is a couple weeks later. This would be what? 13 days later. This is the defendant, and she's messaging from that Ooh That's Red Instagram account with Tarnisha. He keep telling me to wait a week. That's why I've been sitting. She's talking about Mr. Chance, and she's sitting at his house. The person she's messaging, just have them bring you tomorrow. Okay, why wait a week? Down at the bottom, to make sure no police sitting around before I go there.
Can't see him because.
Did you get your phone? No, the lady said, the detective said we have to wait, but until his charge dropped. But that's weird. It was only resisting arrest. So Mr. Chance had been arrested.
Florida's a big state, so they stayed within their state. Same thing with Texas. You got 900 miles from one side to the other. There's plenty of areas to cover.
For resisting arrest, and they had obtained during a search warrant of that house, they had obtained the defendant's phone, and this is about her getting her phone back. Ms. Tarnisha responds, oh, July 6th, well, let them keep that phone. And ooh, that's red. This defendant texts back or messages back, yes, that's what I said, laughing my ass off, LMAO. It was a whole different one. Oh, well. Okay. Now this is later, July 9th. Police here looking for you.
I wish we could
The
read
defendant
these.
messages back. Where are they at
Not
now?
what he's saying.
Waiting. Outside. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. She texts back, WYM. I don't see them no more. And then the defendant, not text, messages back. They somewhere waiting, probably. So what is that all about? Why is she saying it's a whole different one? She's saying that because 2.5 days,
Overruled, go ahead.
2.5 days after this murder, after getting back to Jacksonville, you're going to find from the evidence that this defendant goes and gets a whole new phone. And she gets rid of the phone that she's had for years.
You're on the sidebar, please.
Okay.
What? He said sidebar, please. Whoa. Y'all, just because I can. And it's late night. Ready? Not that I couldn't have done that. I could have done that a long time ago, but yeah. We're going to sidebar. So with that, we get to zoom.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, okay?
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
So the defendant disposes of her phone that she has had for years, the same phone that she and Isaiah Chan.
Yes, they sure did. They did a sidebar and took a recess, a 5-minute recess during an opening. I mean, okay. You get some transcripts of this shit, right?
Were utilizing to convey intelligence and information on the whereabouts of Charles Jones to the assault team, a phone that to this day has never been found or located. You will hear in this evidence that this defendant did everything that she could in the days after this murder to protect herself and to defend and protect the conspiracy that she was part of. On July 9th of 24, two detectives, homicide detectives, Aaron Campbell and Juan Ramos, the lead detective in this case from the Tampa Police Department's homicide unit, travel to Jacksonville and they meet with this defendant at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You'll see a video recording of their interview of her. The first thing they do is read her rights and they ensure that she understands her rights, and she says she does. And then they start interviewing her and she immediately starts lying to the police. Lying to them.
Argument, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Harmon, just, you need to phrase it that you believe the evidence will show. Okay? Overruled.
Oh, I believe the evidence will show. Okay, that's going to change things.
And
because he's going to present these facts and the evidence will show.
Facts in this case and the evidence, that video will demonstrate to you.
Sure. We'll move, strike the word lying.
Okay.
Rephrase, Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Your Honor. The evidence will show.
Wait, we're going to rewind that just a second because I take what?
You need to phrase it that you believe the evidence will show. Okay? Overruled.
And the facts in this case and the evidence, that video will demonstrate to you.
Sure. We'll move, strike the word lying.
Okay.
Rephrase, Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Strike
The
the
evidence
word
will
lying.
show that she makes statements to the police that are false, multiple statements. The evidence will show she lies to them over and over and over in this interview. She lies about her knowledge of these gangs. She lies about her knowledge of who Julio Foolio is. And you're going to see in the evidence that not only does she know who he is, she's known who he is for years. She has animosity towards him. You'll see that in the evidence. But she
And Hio has a good statement there. They have enough evidence. The lawyer needs to be careful, keep himself in line, or they will end up getting off on a technicality. Exactly. He needs to keep himself in check.
lies about simple facts that are easily rebutted. Namely, she lies about knowing this guy, Sean Gathright, the individual whose house she left from to come to Tampa, the individual who was driving the Chevy Impala that she was sitting in for almost 3.5 hours driving to Tampa on the 22nd. the individual who was best friends with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. She's shown that photograph. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. And you will see in the evidence that these lies are nonchalant lies. Her demeanor with these homicide detectives. They show her video. They show her all this video. And in the middle of this litany of lies that's coming out of her mouth, there's a couple little kernels of truth. Namely, she identifies herself in the teasers video in the parking lot with Isaiah Chance wearing the mask. She identifies herself in the Truth 18 video. She identifies herself, like I said earlier, at the McDonald's in the Chevy Cruze. But she doesn't know who Davion Murphy is. They ask her, well, who is this guy? How did he end up driving this car that you're in? I don't know. Now, on the 26th of June, this is in Jacksonville. This is Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They pull that forerunner over, Sean Gathright.
Somebody needs to give him a bottle of water too. All that. Somebody needs to give him some water.
Driving. And they pull him over for a traffic infraction. They get him out of the car, and they end up searching that forerunner. And inside of the forerunner, they find several items. Glock magazines.
That's a whole bunch of
Glock extended
items.
magazine. Components for AR-15 rifles, including a brace. Magazine holders. Ammunition. And a box full of MP223 and 5.56 shell casings. Now, you're going to hear in the evidence, if you're not already aware of this, that a 5.56 rifle, an AR rifle, can shoot .223 ammunition. They're almost interchangeable. And there's multiple empty casings.
Don't say almost interchangeable. No, that wrong wording. I'm helping you out here, sir. As a layperson, I'm helping you out. Don't say almost interchangeable.
In this box. They also find these two boxes, each containing 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Max Tech. On the top of the cartridge casings, on the head stamp, where the primer is MXT for Max Tech. That is the exact same ammunition as the 9mm shell casings found in the crime scene. All of those shell casings found, and there was 31 of them found outside of the home to suites. They're all Max Tech, all the same ammunition, the same as is ammunition found in Mr. Gathright's vehicle. And I'll come back to that. These shell casings, 223 5.56, those shell casings are later provided to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which is a statewide agency here in the state of Florida that maintains crime laboratories throughout the state. We have one right here, a regional laboratory here in Tampa, and there's one in Jacksonville, and they're both involved in this case. And they are submitted to the firearms section, to firearms analysts, who analyze those shell casings, comparing them to the shell casings from the October 7th attack on Charles Jones, where he was shot in the leg. And they are fired from the same weapon. The analyst will tell you they were fired from the same weapon. She will tell you that was shell casing. She examines them microscopically and compares them and looks at markings that are left on the shell casings, markings that are left by the breech face of the gun, by the extractor ejectors inside the firearms, and by primer shear, as it's called, when the primer goes off. And by primer, talking about this little dot here in the middle of the gun where the firing pin hits, causing a very teeny explosion that then ignites the gunpowder inside the shell casing, the gunpowder that sits behind the bullet, and pushes it out. She examines all of those areas, and she came to the conclusion those were fired from the same gun that was used to attack Charles Jones on October 7th in Jacksonville. Sean Gathright's house. There's the forerunner. A search warrant is executed on that house in the days after this murder. And one of the things they find
What is that?
in the sink in water is all this torn up packaging. And when they start looking at the packaging, it's all firearm related.
Oh, y'all, come on.
You know how sometimes you just get that feeling like these people ain't normal? It's just like that kind of, just that sense. Just that something was off.
Yep, way off. They start pulling them out in their ammo boxes. Oh my goodness gracious.
6 Alfa Romeo 05 package. These are Magpul, which is a firearms manufacturer of components for AR-15 rifles, also manufacturer of magazines. They find basically an arsenal within this house. And what they determined from their search is that Sean Gathright, was the weapons man on this team. He is the man that provided the AR-15 5.56 caliber rifle and the AR-15 300 blackout rifle in this attack. There are ammo boxes full of 300 blackout and 5.56 ammunition. In this safe, they find multiple weapons to include rifles and brass
Let me
catchers.
lean in.
That is a brass catcher. It has a wire structure with netting or mesh.
Oh,
And
yes.
it's designed to be fitted onto a rifle where when the shell is ejecting, like I said earlier, the casings remain in that mesh.
Absolutely, Cindy. Jesus, take the wheel. My goodness gracious. And look, they even show, it's even got some show. Oh, no, it's not a yawn. It's not a yawn. It was a cough. It was a cough. I muted so I could cough. I didn't want to cough in everybody's ears. Again, I am smoking. It is a late night stream, and I have about an hour until hubby gets home. So, yeah, wasn't a yawn, love. Wasn't a yawn. I'm staying up, and once he gets through with his, he's got a little bit longer to go, and we're gonna quit for the night. And I will do the defense tomorrow before we do the finish out day one of trial. So, and then we'll pick up where we left off. So, yeah.
And in this mesh, this detached brass catcher, they found 2 9mm shell casings that somehow worked their way in there. Those shell casings are Max Tech ammunition, the same kind of ammunition that's found in this defendant's, Mr. Gathwright's Forerunner. Those shell casings are submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, to the firearms section for analysis, and they're analyzed, and they're compared to a shell casing from our crime scene, and the firearms examiner will tell you they were fired from the same weapon, a Glock firearm. That weapon was not recovered in this case. It was never found. They find this rifle, 300 blackout, with the brass catcher attached. And when I say brass,
that thing looks, I mean, I have a 9mm. I just have, and then we have a shotgun, but that, it's just for in-home protection. This stuff scares me. It really scares me seeing this stuff, because this is not, like, why would you need this? Why would you need this?
brass, if you don't already know, and you'll hear in the evidence, is a common term for shell casings. Once they're fired and they come out of the gun, it's called brass. It's just a common way of referring to those. And so the brass catcher is still attached to this firearm. And you see it on the opposite side. This firearm is also located, this 5.56, and that brass catcher, as I said, had been detached already. There are multiple magazines located, and loaded magazines. Those are loaded with 300 blackout 30 caliber rounds. Ammo boxes, this is back at the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, where this ammunition was inventoried after collection from Mr. Gathwright's house. And you can see all of the different type of ammunition he had. Now, July 27th, that individual sitting in the rain, kneeling there at gunpoint, is Isaiah Chance. Officers arrived at that residence, his residence, and placed him under arrest for the murder in this case. And there is the defendant being brought out of the same house where she was with Mr. Chance. Davion Murphy. This is after his arrest.
Let me pull my media stuff down, y'all. Y'all need to get a full view on this boy. Look at this fool. Look at this fool. Y'all, he needs to wipe that cheese off his face.
Months later, after being dragged out of an apartment in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, why am I showing you this photograph of the defendant?
Who is that? Oh,
this
that's
is
her.
The defendant. This is Miss Andrews.
Is it? Oh, look at her. Y'all,
in the interview with...
I'm going to pause just to see how long the defense is. Okay, look, I have to see. He starts in here at 4:29 and goes through man. Shit, he's about 40 minutes, man. 40 minutes. She does. She thinks, damn, I look good. Look at that red hair and got them little curly things that they got. I mean, it's a good look. It's a good look. And she's thinking, I wish I looked that good again. Don't you think? Because she got bad weed. No remorse. It doesn't look, I see none on her. Look at her looking at that picture and my good little pause. I don't know. I have like an hour before Hector comes home, so I may go ahead and do the defense. I may go ahead and do it. So if anybody wants to stay up with me, if anybody wants to keep me in their ear while they sleep, I'm here. I'm here.
The officers in the very beginning of the interview, the officers are asking her about Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend. Isaiah Chance's street name, gang name, and social media name is Gutta, or Gutta Man, Gudda. And they're calling him Gutta. And this is the defendant's response in the interview. Why are you calling him that? Why are you calling him Gutta? Like, you're idiots. Why are you calling him Gutta? Saying those words.
Okay, again, Mr. Harmon, just keep your statements
That's
as
a
far as.
misstatement of the evidence, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That's a misstatement of the evidence.
Okay, well, when the jury, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I told you, what the attorneys say in the opening statement is not the evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. They're just telling you what they believe the evidence will be. You will be the ultimate decision makers regarding the evidence and any weight that it carries, okay? All right, go ahead.
The evidence will show that as those words are leaving her lips, tattooed on her body, underneath her clothes, is the name Gutta.
Gutta. What? Excuse me? Ma'am?
Not only on her chest, but on her neck.
Ma'am.
Over the next week, the state of Florida, through the evidence that we will present to you,
Ooh, y'all see her? Y'all, I'm going to rewind. Look. Alicia be like shaking her head. No, she's like, no. Stop.
Over the next week, the state of Florida, through the evidence that we will present to you, we will drag this conspiracy out of the darkness of the early morning hours. We will drag it into this courtroom for everyone to see, for everyone to know its evil and sinister and murderous nature. It will be exposed, and there will be no masks for this defendant to wear to hide from the state's evidence. The truth in this case, the truth will be clear, crystal clear, at the end of the state's case. There will be no Uber drivers waiting to whisk Miss Andrews away to avoid your verdict when you find her guilty of conspiring with these 4 men, and guilty as a principal to first-degree murder. And folks, the state's evidence will let every single one of you know deep in your hearts that that is the truth, that she conspired in this wicked and despicably evil, cold-blooded murder, that she followed this man, watched him, encouraged her co-defendants by her actions and words, tried to find a lodging, that she assisted in every way, and then, after the fact, did everything she could to defend this conspiracy. At the end of this case, there will be no doubts in your minds. There were discussions in the last couple of days about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state's case will prove to you clearly, beyond any doubt, that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, that she sits over here in this courtroom right now, is guilty of conspiring and committing first-degree murder.
All right, defense, you wish to make an opening statement at this time? Pardon me? Okay.
A sidebar? He said, can I have a sidebar? So I guess this is where they ask them to leave. And then they're going to come back. So.
All right.
Okay, so because I'm gonna keep streaming for a little bit because I got like an hour left to stream. We are 3 hours and 25 minutes in. I am going to, let's see, loop. We're gonna loop this, and I'm going to put my duckies up. And while my duckies are up, I'm going to put up, let's see. We're going to take a breather. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the ladies' room and check the dogs because they're awfully quiet. I'll be right back.
Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Hums in a mellow tune under the glow of the afternoon. Every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find.
Well, good morning. How are you? I think it's going to be a beautiful day, but you're going to have to do some things to help you have a beautiful day. You're going to have to be nice. You're going to have to be kind, considerate, well-behaved. I don't know if you're going to make it, but even if you do, good morning. Well, good morning. How are you? I think it's going to be a beautiful day, but you're going to have to do some things to help you have a beautiful day. You're going to have to be nice. You're going to have to be kind, considerate.
Y'all got to give me just a minute. I got to go open the door.
I don't know if you're going to make
I'm
it, but
sorry.
even if you do, good morning.
I'm sorry. Hold up. Hold, please. Okay, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Hector came home early. But we're going to finish this out. He shouldn't take too long. It doesn't seem like, maybe about 30, 45 minutes. And I'm here for it. So let's roll. I'm rolling over a cord down here on the floor. And thank you for staying, by the way, and hanging out. I appreciate that.
All jurors are in there.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. We're ready to proceed. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time? Okay, Mr. Malcolm, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong.
Sir, why are you not standing up with, like, respect to the court? Sorry, I'm plugging my headphones in. It's not standing up with respect to the court and, like, sitting there with, like, no microphone? Sir, come on. Come on.
And so are we.
Now he's going to stand up. He better not get too loud.
There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. One, on the weekend Charles Jones was killed, Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. Two, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. Three, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. Four, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. Five, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. Six, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder.
Y'all know me. I'm writing like a fool over here. So that's why I'm looking down, y'all. I'm writing like crazy.
Against Alicia Andrews. I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here? We're here because of the perception of the facts of one man, Detective Juan Ramos. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perception is not reality. Detective Juan Ramos is the lead detective on this case. Let me tell you a bit about her. Detective Juan Ramos had only worked homicide for about 4 months when he got this case. Became a homicide detective.
Are we fixing to disparage
in February,
the detective on this case?
This murder happened in June. His first time as a lead detective on the case, and he lands perhaps one of the biggest homicide cases that the Tampa Police Department has seen in a while. Not by any merit, not by something he did to deserve it, simply luck of the draw. The Tampa Police Department handles 40 to 60 homicides a year, and they put their detectives in rotation. And so, luck of the draw, Detective Ramos gets this case. He shows up to the scene, speaks to a couple of his fellow officers, and begins to talk to witnesses. gather some information about evidence and what have you. But his first big break in the case came when he got some intel from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office advised him that perhaps a man named Rashad Murphy and a man named Isaiah Chance might have something to do with this homicide. His second big break came when he ran a bullet through, and I say a bullet, the ATF gathered 30 of the 31 bullets left. He had one bullet. Look at the draw. Ran this one bullet through their system that kind of, and it's a shell casing, not a bullet, a shell casing. It has a fingerprint, once the firing pin strikes the casing, it leaves like a fingerprint, a distinct marking. And he gets a hit that alerts him to the fact that there were other fingerprints matching 5 shootings in Jacksonville prior. So now he has the idea that the shooters might have come from Jacksonville. After that, he proceeds to gather intel like information from license plate readers. Then he starts looking at cell phone data records. Then he uses that information to piece some other things together that leads him to a few spots in town. An Airbnb, a McDonald's, a strip club called Teasers, and a club called Truth 18. And you saw some of the video footage. When Detective Ramos first gets this Airbnb video, he sees Alicia Andrews at the front door and surmises that because he sees no one else go in, Alicia Andrews must have let them in the back door. But perception is not reality. He sees Alicia Andrews at the McDonald's with no mask, and then
We are so profiling with that comment, Cindy, but I agree with you. Cindy's comment, I will definitely read aloud. I think this defense attorney is a pastor on the side. I'm just saying. Sounds like a preacher or a politician. LOL. I was thinking the same thing.
sees her at the club, in the parking lot of the club Teasers, with the mask, and surmises that she must have had the mask on to cover her face at Teasers because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. But perception is not reality. Again, he sees Alicia Andrews with her boyfriend at Club Truth 18 walking with the mask on, surmising once again because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's, but did have a mask on as she walked towards the club. She attempted to conceal her identity with that mask at Truth 18. Ladies and gentlemen, perception is not reality. It's just some human decision. Reality, however, is immovable. And we're going to talk about Alicia's reality in just a moment when I tell you what really happened. But with all of this intelligence, all of this assumption, all of this surmise, Detective Juan Ramos goes and gets Alicia Andrews and brings her into an interrogation room. And he begins to present to her what he calls evidence and tell her what his perception of the evidence is, as if it is reality. Well, it's simply not. What really happened in this case is Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. But before we talk about the trip, let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. Alicia, high school graduate, did really well in school, well enough to apply to college and get accepted at Bethune-Cookman University.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, come on up. Another sidebar during opening. All he said was that she did. I was writing did good in school. Sir, I what was the objection? Relevance? I'm assuming. Goodness, that was. They're taking a minute too. Right. Tell us what the evidence will show.
high school graduate.
Okay.
Alicia's reality. High school graduate, good student. Applied to and was accepted to Bethune-Cookman University, right there in Daytona, not too far from home. But chose not to go, to stay close to home, and instead went to tech school, become an esthetician, does hair, not hair, but eyelashes, makeup, nails, skincare, that kind of thing. She was a substitute teacher whom parents trusted with their children, even children who had some special needs and disabilities. This was Alicia. While in school, Alicia Andrews. The state reminded me that I have to use her first and last name.
Objection, improper.
Yeah, I must sustain the objection. So that's the general rule in court, last names only, okay, for everybody. All right, thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Alicia Andrews, while in school, befriended the sister of Isaiah Chance. They ran in the same social circles in high school, and through that process, Isaiah Chance became familiar with her, and she with him. And he reached out to her via direct message, and they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And, I mean, you know, Isaiah Chance, tall, slender, handsome fella, captivating, charismatic. Alicia liked him. He liked her. So she thought. She would learn through their tumultuous, on-again, off-again relationship that perception is not always reality, and Isaiah Chance just really wasn't the guy she thought he was. You heard about the tattoos, sure. Young lady, liking a boy in high school who, to her, was just a rapper. Not a gangster, not some street code name. Gutter was Isaiah's rap name. So Alicia Andrews got her boyfriend's rap name tattooed on her. A tattoo that she wasn't supposed to have, just like the relationship with Isaiah Chance, but it happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes
I'll pause to say thank you very much, Hawkeyes, for being here. And I will be a little quiet, not too quiet. You know, my sass is kind of loud sometimes, but I'm keeping it muted because Honey's home and he's listening to live reactions because he likes reaction review videos too. He watches music live reaction videos, so that's what he's over here watching. So I want you to have a great night, and yeah, thanks for listening in tonight. Yeah, and parents didn't hire her, the school did. Little did they know her real life, because goodness, had they known, background checks don't show all that. Heo says, "Hey, babe." Well, she doesn't say babe, but she says, "Hey." He says, "Hey."
it could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she had to suffer serious consequences if she upset her. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again.
He says, "Tell everybody hi." He's drinking a cold one. See, he's just now getting off work. He's home early. He took off a little early tonight. Fuck you, Sheila, the damn phone. Girl, I know your autocorrect is kicking your ass tonight, right? You just iPods in bed just in case you fall asleep. All right. Well, thank you, love. I'm going to rewind what he said.
And off again time.
Because I'm not sure what he was talking about. Because I got sidetracked with my love coming home.
Sometimes she had to suffer serious consequences if she upset her. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, Fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again, off again time.
Okay, this is what I had heard. Something about her being pregnant. This is what it perked my ears during 2023 and their off again, on again, off again relationship. She might have been pregnant.
Period. They decide to take this trip. There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection?
Lack of good faith basis, make this statement, and you said.
Come on
You
up.
know, it's late night in my house. You know, it is what it is. Not gonna lie, I'm a very open book. They objected again and went sidebar again on this. Y'all, this trial is gonna be wild. Yeah, like what's her name? We'll just leave her at what.
Waiting for the. So Tampa it is. Isaiah doesn't follow this young lady on Instagram. I'm not sure if you know how the Instagram thing works with direct messages, but when you DM somebody, if you're not a follower, direct message someone, if you're not a follower, the message just sits in the request, kind of waiting for the person to approve the message you intend to send. So Isaiah Chance doesn't follow this woman who does half-offs for Airbnbs and asks Miss Andrews to reach out to the woman whom Miss Andrews does follow and ask her to see if she can hook up an Airbnb for the weekend. Miss Andrews does. Gets on Instagram and says, hey, half-offs, ask for availability in response. She says, or ask for a time in response, and she says, let's do it this weekend. She says, how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does. Alicia Andrews did not know that somebody else books the Airbnb. She was out of the loop. Nonetheless, Airbnb booked on the way to Tampa. Isaiah Chance, and you saw the video, before he picks up Alicia Andrews, stops by Sean Gaithwright's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process, not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. As Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gaithwright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat. On her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever.
Wait, tell me that again. Who's where?
Is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat.
Okay.
On her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright. While the two men in front get out of the car, Miss Andrews is in the back still on her phone. The gentlemen get out of the car, go inside the Airbnb. Miss Andrews then later gets out the car a few minutes after, goes to the front door. You saw it in the video. Knocks on the door and waits for someone to let her in. Now, when Detective Juan Ramos sees the video of Miss Andrews at the door, he perceives that Miss Andrews must have been the one who let the people who let her in the Airbnb because they don't see anybody else go in before her. Not the case. And the evidence will show you that. Alicia Andrews knocked on the door for the first time ever, approaching the Airbnb for the first time ever, let in by someone who was already in the Airbnb. She did not walk in the Airbnb and unlock a back door to let people come in to avoid being captured by the Ring camera. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Once inside the Airbnb, Miss Andrews goes upstairs, takes the laundry off the bed, the linen off the bed, puts it in the washing machine downstairs, and goes back upstairs. And so she's washing the bed linen and upstairs on her TikTok, on her phone, TikToking or whatever it is, talking to her sister via text message and talking to Mr. Chance's mother about how to operate the washing machine. And so she's upstairs the entire time before they leave to go to McDonald's. Alicia Andrews does not know who's coming in and out downstairs, doesn't know that there's a Rashad Murphy coming by, a Davion Murphy showing up, no clue. When it's time to go to McDonald's, though, she finds out. When it's time to go to McDonald's, she comes downstairs, and Mr. Chance gives her the keys and says, hey, go get in the car. And of course she does. She goes and gets in the passenger seat of the silver Cruise that you saw in the video, expecting that Mr. Chance would join her in the driver's seat and take her to get food. However, that's not what happens. Mr. Davion Murphy, big guy, listed at about 5'9", 215 pounds, burly looking fella, a little gruff, comes outside and makes Mr. Chance get in the back seat, and he hops in the front seat, and he drives the Cruise to the McDonald's. And you see Davion Murphy in the driver's seat, Alicia Andrews in the passenger seat, and Isaiah Chance is in the back. Now, in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos tells Alicia Andrews that she must not be wearing a mask at the clubs to conceal, she must be wearing the masks at the club to conceal her identity because she's not wearing the mask at the McDonald's. But the reality is, Alicia Andrews thought that it was just going to be her and her boyfriend. No reason to wear the health mask, the medical mask. Then she didn't know that Davion Murphy was going to bum rush the ride and take control of the driver's seat, let alone did she expect Isaiah Chance to let him do so. So she's caught without her mask unexpectedly. Davion's in the video, you see him smoking and puffing, and Alicia wants to say something, but she can't. Because she's afraid to say something to this guy who just bogarted the Cruise, made her man get in the back seat, and took over. She won't say anything. Not because she was trying to hide herself. She didn't say anything because she was scared. Not because she wanted the guy to smoke in her face, because she was scared. They get back to the Airbnb, and a few hours later, they head out again. Go to Club Teasers. Now they're in the Cruise again, and Isaiah Chance is driving. Now the state asserts that because Isaiah Chance is driving and Alicia Andrews is right next to him while Isaiah Chance is on her phone, Alicia must have heard everything Isaiah said. They got that from Juan Ramos. But that's a bad assumption. Because there's...
Objection to that comment, Your Honor. Is it proper?
Anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this are just the opening statements.
Another
The attorneys are telling you
objection.
what they believe the evidence will be. That's all that it is, their belief.
Yep,
Go ahead.
I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But this judge should have been calling this out way, way back. I mean, that's
a bad assumption. Because there's no way of knowing. Although the cell phone data shows that that line was open and there was communication between the two phones, there's no way of knowing whether Isaiah Chance was the talker or the listener. And even if Isaiah Chance was the talker, there's no way to know whether he was using explicit language that Alicia Andrews could understand. So, when in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos asks Alicia Andrews what Isaiah Chance was saying, and she says, I don't know. It was the truth. She didn't know. And there is no evidence whatsoever to the contrary. When they get to the club and they get out, Detective Ramos assumes that Alicia Andrews allows Isaiah Chance to use her phone. That's not the case. When Isaiah Chance says, give me the phone, she knows it's in her best interest to give him the phone. And so she does. Isaiah Chance uses Miss Andrews' phone all the time, whenever he wants. Nothing new, nothing strange whatsoever to Miss Andrews. Give me your phone, here's the phone. So he asks for the code to unlock the phone, and Miss Andrews gives him the code to unlock the phone. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing suspicious about this at all. And you see them walking, and conspicuously you'll note that though there's an assertion that all the defendants in this murder conspired together, coordinated together, one stands out. When you see them in the video at Truth 18 and teasers, you see that Isaiah Chance is dressed in all black, face covered with the health mask, hoodie on. You see Alicia Andrews not dressed in all black, mask on, face completely exposed. When you see the video of the shooters at the hotel, all dressed in black, from head and Sean Gaithright. Everybody's coordinated, dressed in black, covered from head to toe. Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gaithright. All of them except Alicia. She wasn't in the loop. Then they walk up to the club. You see them go out of camera, then go back to the car, and they leave. Now, the state says that everywhere they went, they were following Charles Jones. As a matter of fact, the state even said Alicia was driving. Said that twice. Alicia Andrews doesn't even have a driver's license. Doesn't even know how to drive. Never drove. Was never in control of the situation. She was a passenger in a car. Her boyfriend drove, in her mind, to get some food and to go to a few clubs in Tampa. She had one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. No mission to do anything to Mr. Charles Jones. Be with her boyfriend. But the state says, and Detective Ramos said it too, that Alicia Andrews, if she wasn't a part of the conspiracy, should have stayed in the car. Could have stayed in the car. But at the same time, the state tells you that Mr. Jones died in the car, caged. He was a sitting duck in a car. So of course, when Isaiah Chance gets out of the car in the middle of the night, Alicia Andrews knows better than to just stay in the car.
He doesn't have to say that. Only the other guy had to say that. I mean, don't y'all... Okay, my snark is coming out. I'll stop.
She came with her boyfriend, intends to be with her boyfriend, gets out with her boyfriend, and walks to the club with her boyfriend. She didn't stay in the car like a sitting duck, because bad things can happen to you when you sit in the car in the parking lot. That's it. That's all. No evidence whatsoever suggesting that Alicia Andrews was on some surveillance mission. As a matter of fact, there's no indication that Isaiah Chance needed her help to survey anything. When walking, you'll see Alicia Andrews is farthest away from the club. Both clubs. No indication whatsoever that Alicia Andrews was on some kind of surveillance team, surveillance mission. She wasn't even dressed like the rest of the alleged conspirators. Alicia Andrews tells Detective Ramos this, but he says, no, what are you doing there? You must be stalking. You must be surveying. And she tells him that that's just not the case. I'm with my boyfriend. She says it over and over again, I'm just with my boyfriend. As a matter of fact, in that interrogation room, every time Detective Ramos asks her questions about herself, she's forthcoming and truthful. He tells her she has the right to remain silent. She doesn't exercise that right. She tells him exactly what he wants to know when he asks her questions about her. For example, in the interview, Detective Ramos asks, is that you in the car? Without hesitation. She says, yeah, that's me. Another truthful statement. Do you know the guy who drove you to McDonald's? No, she doesn't know him. Just showed up at the Airbnb that night. You guys went to some clubs? Yeah. Couldn't get in though. And the reason why they didn't go in is because they didn't like the price. They asked the bouncer how much, didn't like the price, didn't go in. Do you remember the clubs that you went to? Not really. Is that you and Zay as they walk through the parking lot? Isaiah, they call him Zay. Is that you and Zay? Yeah. Is he using your phone? Yeah. Who is he talking to on the phone? I don't know. At the McDonald's, was Isaiah in the backseat? Yeah. Every time Detective Ramos asks Ms. Andrews a question, she's honest, forthcoming, not trying to hide anything. It's just the truth. However, Detective Ramos doesn't like the truth. He gets upset, starts yelling at Alicia, starts cussing at Alicia, starts telling Alicia that she's going to die in jail, starts telling Alicia that her parents are going to die and she'll never get to see them, tell Alicia Andrews that she'll never be able to see her baby again, all because his perception doesn't fit her reality, and he won't let her reality change his perception. But the reality is Alicia Andrews had one agenda, and this group had an entirely different agenda. You'll see. You'll see that there was no instance in time where Alicia Andrews did anything to contribute to this conspiracy. As the state spoke to you, it spoke quite a while. Never once did they say that Alicia Andrews did anything like touch a gun, touch an extended clip, touch a brass catcher. None of that. You won't find any physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. You think that being a part of this big conspiracy, at least one time, ex-boyfriend or somebody in the group said, hey, hold this gun. Hey, give me that magazine. Hey, what about the brass catcher? Not one time. No physical evidence, no DNA supporting any assertion that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's almost as if Alicia Andrews was not necessary for the trip. Plain as day. It's true. These guys did not need Alicia Andrews to commit murder. No. Alicia Andrews did not know these guys intended to commit murder. No. No evidence whatsoever. Except for Alicia Andrews came to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. The group, all of them in the group, made their phones go ghost. Except Alicia Andrews. All of them wore all black attire. Not Alicia Andrews. If the state's right, all of them went in the back door of the Airbnb. Not Alicia Andrews. All of them brought guns to the party, except Alicia Andrews. It was Alicia Andrews the entire time who had one agenda and one alone, that to be with her boyfriend, never in a group of guys who conspired to kill Charles Jones, if the state is right. I want you to stay focused throughout this trial. While the state spoke, it talked a lot about Rashad Murphy, Fabian Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Seth Gaithright or Sean Gaithright, whichever one. But the styling of this case is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Stay focused. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there's not one single shred of evidence that supports the state's claim that Alicia Andrews conspired to kill Charles Jones, let alone did anything to further such conspiracy. You'll listen to the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look for it. You'll look to see the action that Alicia took to further this conspiracy. You'll hear the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look to see evidence that Alicia Andrews knew something about this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones, but you won't see it. What you will learn is that Alicia Andrews had absolutely no knowledge that these 4 boys conspired to kill Charles Jones. And the reason she had no knowledge is because she was not in that group. She was never in the loop because she was never in the group. Despite all of the evidence, all of the technology, cell phone records, license plate readers, DNA catchers, fingerprints, agencies like JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, Tampa Police Department, ATF, all of these agencies, all of this technology, none of it will render one shred of evidence to prove that case. It's kind of like what Isaac Asimov said when he said that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to the evidence in this case. Be the wisdom, right the wrong, and render the only verdict that the facts and the law in this case supports. That Alicia Andrews, not only beyond a reasonable doubt, is not guilty. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. And render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malcolm. All right, state who's going to be your first witness.
State calls Aaliyah Alburton.
Okay, very good. So with that, y'all know I have to do my wrap up, my end of the day wrap up. Okay. We're going to review my notes because that's what I do at the end of the day. We go over what I have written down because I'm a note taker, and just for fun, because like I said, we put the comedy in the chaos. Let's see what I learned today. Okay. Hang on. I'm going to tell him to turn that down just for a little bit to give me 5 minutes. Hold up. Babe, can you turn it down for like 5 minutes? I'm going to do a wrap up and I'll be done. Thank you, love. Okay. So this was Florida versus Alicia Andrews. And it was for the death of Charles Jones. Today we learned that there was he was involved with 6 block in Jacksonville, and it was a rival gang from ATK and 200, and they were affiliated gangs, and they hated each other mutually. And there was a gang war for several years. In October 2023, 9 months before the murder, well, I'll try to use a good word, the same Charger was shot at, and it was hit several times, and that was a Charger that Charles Jones was in, and he was hit in the leg, but it wasn't the bullet, I'll say it. It was not taken out until the autopsy. He drove himself to the hospital during that incident. I wrote down about the graves, the songs, the champagne, the dances, outspeaking the members' names and stuff. He made songs about murder. He was ridiculing gangs and friends and family members of the friends of the gangs. Let's see what else. They got McDonald's, and this is what I got from the state, not the defense. Got McDonald's, and I wrote down what did they order, because y'all know me, Mrs. Kravitz over here. I want to know what they ordered. And they went to one party, and then they went to a second party, which was an after party. And Mr. Charles Jones, he was live streaming. He was advertising his location, which he probably shouldn't have been. That wasn't a very wise decision, in my opinion. They said they got good video evidence, and it's going to show them going to the hotel, the crime scene, the shooting. Cameras caught everything. And they had a sidebar during the opening. I wrote that down. And then the defense opening. Defense comes up and says there's no evidence. One, Alicia was on a trip with her boyfriend. Two, Alicia, and then he said something and I couldn't catch it, so I didn't write it down. And then three, except for her boyfriend, she didn't know any of those people. She didn't know anybody in the group. And then four, Alicia was not part of the scene of with this culture and the use of what they did. 5, there was no physical evidence. You're not going to find DNA. You're not going to find fingerprints of Alicia at all. And number 6, there was no motive for Alicia. So then he went on to talk about John Ramos, who is the detective. And he was like, he was the first time lead detective of this case because it was the luck of the draw. And he talked really bad about him. And let's see. He talked about the masks, that at Teasers they had masks on, and then no masks at McDonald's. And then again, when they went to True 15, they had masks on again. This was the defense. And then, he mentioned that she did good in school, and then there was objections made when they mentioned about her doing good in school. And she went to tech school to become an esthetician. She wanted to do hair and nails, you know, that boo thing, right? And she took care of kids with special needs. But as we discussed, I'm sure that wasn't very well vetted. She befriended Isaiah Chance. He liked her, though. He wasn't the guy she thought he was. But at the time, she did get tattoos of him. She got the tattoo Gutta, Gutta, on her chest. And in 2023, it was off again, on again, off again, and that she might be pregnant. And let's see. It says they stopped at Sean's house and that Alicia wasn't part of that Alicia was in the back seat. But before that, she was upstairs. She was washing linen. She was talking to Chance's mom about a new washing machine. It's hard to read my notes sometimes. Then she went with them when they went to go to McDonald's. She was hungry. And Davion Murphy, I wrote down that he was 5'9", 215. I don't know why I wrote that down. Alicia and her boyfriend, they didn't use a mask at McDonald's because she didn't know she was going to be involved. This is what the defense says. Because they don't think that she knew she was going to be involved. That's why she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. This is their claim. Isaiah was driving the car. Alicia was in the passenger seat. Also said for some reason that Isaiah was a talker or a listener, and that Alicia didn't understand. When she was being interviewed, she didn't understand. Alicia gave the code to unlock her phone during the interview. And that, I also wrote that Alicia doesn't have a driver's license. And that's why she wasn't driving around. She just wanted to be with her boyfriend. This is, like I said, this is what defense is claiming. And they said that she was forthcoming and truthful during her interview, and that she just came forward and just was like agreeable and admitted to everything. And that Detective Ramos said while she was in her interview that she was going to die in jail. and that she would never see her family again. She wouldn't see her baby again, and that wasn't very nice of Mr. Detective Ramos. Alicia did nothing to contribute to this conspiracy, and it all went. Oh, they all went in the back door to the B&B, not Alicia, and that she is not guilty. She is innocent. That is how he ended. He ended with, she is not guilty. She's innocent. So, with that, tomorrow, I'm ready for tomorrow. I'm going to plan for 3 o'clock. That's my time to plan for. Might have to put off till 3, depending on what Hector and I do, but usually 3 o'clock is my time. I'm going to just pick this right up where we left off, jump into that first witness, and with the luxury of doing this a little bit later than everybody else, we get to zoom past all this crazy stuff that we don't need to be a part of. So with that, I want you to have a great rest of your night. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. Would you have a great rest of your night? Go outside, check out some stars because it's dark where I am at. So I'm going to go enjoy my husband, and I want you all to have a great night. Peace.
Life's a ride on a rickety old track.